News and Sports Network.
About an hour and a half long when we finally get first pitch. This is a game that both teams desperately wanted to play when there's an unbalanced schedule. What happens is that usually you get 2 trips or 1 trip in. This time the A's had 2 trips in, but the first trip was in July. This is the second trip, Kenny. This is the last 2 times these 2 teams are going to see each other, and if this game gets rained out, it's going to cause many, many logistical problems.
Yeah, they would have had to make it up somewhere along the line, particularly if things going to go down to the wire in the Eastern Division between the Yankees and the Red Sox. As it stands right now, they would have to play this game somewhere, sometime. And it might have been on an off day, and neither team likes doing that, flying in for one day, then playing a ball game.
IOTV offers incredible HD picture and sound. Get the best in HD free. IOTV is the official HD service provider of Yankees baseball on Yes. Now, one thing that the Yankees have to consider, they've already got 2 off days that were scheduled. They're filled up with makeup games. They've got doubleheaders. They've got a doubleheader on Saturday that they're hoping they'll get in Baltimore. With Hurricane Irene approaching, you don't know if they'll get it in. Kenny, it's particularly daunting for a team of veterans, older players, to play that many games, play doubleheaders, not have off days, and it's something that Joe Girardi is highly cognizant of.
Well, he's very aware of the fact that he would have to take some guys out of the lineup to give them a rest. It's hard to win doubleheaders to begin with, let alone play all your players throughout a doubleheader. That just kind of wears them out over a period of time. And what he would have to do is some guys take a rest in one game, some guys take a rest in another. And when you don't have your best lineup in there, you're taking a chance of losing ball games.
Absolutely. So the Yankees trying to make a playoff spot. They're trying to win the American League East. And you want your best players in there all the time. And as Kenny said, let's say there's a doubleheader on Saturday. Are you going to play Derek Jeter in both games? Are you going to play Alex Rodriguez in both games? Those are the questions you have to ask. It also saps your bullpen. Now, once September happens, you're going to have a 40-man roster, or up to that point, that's the maximum, and that helps out a little, Kenny. But again, you don't want to push it because, as they say, a lot of doubleheaders get split. That means you're going to get a loss when you could have possibly gotten 2 wins.
Yeah. Plus, so when you have the September call-ups, there are guys who maybe had some time in the big leagues, but there are also some raw rookies, and
yep.
You want raw rookies deciding whether you're going to the playoffs or not.
Well, there's a good sign. Alex Rodriguez is in the lineup. He missed the first 2 games of the series with the swollen left thumb. He said it was so swollen, it looked as if it was bitten by a bee, but the swelling has gone down. He is in the lineup. He's the cleanup hitter, and he also will be playing third base. So the Yankees need this bat back, and we'll see how he does in his first game back at the stadium. Well, the umpires are around home plate. I believe they've exchanged the lineup card, so we're just waiting on the Yankees to take the field. A big crowd is expected here at the ballpark. They've been hanging around, having some concessions, eating, things like that, down in the Legends Suite as well. And they're ready for baseball. So are the Yankees. A mini 3-game set, and the Yankees are trying to avoid getting swept at the hands of the Oakland Athletics. So the New York Yankees will take the field. Phil Hughes is going to start for them. And now the Yankees have taken the field. And let's listen to the public address announcer here at Yankee Stadium, Mr. Paul Olden.
Attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your caps. Before the playing of today's national anthem, we would like to take a moment in silent prayer to remember former Orioles and Blue Jays pitcher Mike Flanagan, who passed away yesterday. Mike pitched 18 seasons in the major leagues, winning 167 games, and was the 1979 American League Cy Young Award winner. Mike Flanagan was 59 years old. Thank you. And now, the United States Marine Corps Band's rendition of our national anthem.
So we're about ready for baseball here at Yankee Stadium. Right after the game, the Yankees will head to Baltimore and begin what they hope will be a 5-game series against the O's. Let's take a look at the A's starting lineup, which is presented by HP. Leading off for the A's, their second baseman, Jamal Weeks. In center field, Coco Crisp. Hideki Matsui bats third. He'll be the DH. Cleaning up, the left fielder, Josh Willingham. Brandon Allen at the number 5 spot in the lineup is going to play first base. Batting sixth and playing right field, David DeJesus. Cliff Pennington, the shortstop, will bat 7th. Batting 8th and catching, a rookie making his major league debut, Anthony Recker. And Scott Sizemore, 5 for 6 against the Yankees over the first 2 games. He'll play third base, and he will bat 9th.
Well, you're looking at Phil Hughes, who is 2-0 in his career against the Oakland A's, and his numbers would tell you he's been pitching good of late. He's even his record at 4-4, and you can see still more than a hit than per innings pitched. Let's go to our Jeep pitcher scouting report. 4.21.10. That was probably Phil Hughes' best game in the major leagues when he pitched it last year against the A's out on the West Coast. He had 7 no-hit innings, and the man who broke up the no-hitter is now his teammate, Eric Chavez. Got an infield single in the 8th inning. In his last 4 starts, Phil Hughes has been doing very, very well. 2 runs or less in each one of his last 4 starts.
Now let's take a look at the Yankee defense, which is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealer. In the outfield, you've got Gardner, Granderson, and Swisher. That's from left to right. In the infield, it's A-Rod, Nunez, Cano, and Teixeira. That's third to first. Russell Martin is behind the plate. And on the mound, as Kenny mentioned, Phil Hughes. So the field is in great shape despite the heavy rain. It looks as if the warning track down the left field line in foul territory is a little slick. That's where some of the dump off is from the tarp. But the grass and the playing field looks like it's in great shape. And so we are ready for baseball. Jamal Weeks will dig in. Switch hitter batting from the left side against the righty Hughes. Phil Hughes is ready. And let's do it here in New York. And the first pitch is a strike, and we are underway.
The Yankees have done a good job against Jamal Weeks in the first 2 games. He's just 1 for 9. He hasn't been able to use his speed much at all.
The rain delay officially 1 hour and 29 minutes.
I was going to say that's a good sign right there, because Phil Hughes lately has been mixing up his pitches. Fastball, and then he drops a curveball into for a strike.
Let's look at the game time weather presented by Bigelow Tea. 80 degrees, 66% humidity. The wind is 12 miles per hour, and the forecast does include some scattered thunderstorms. Pitch is inside.
One thing about Weeks, he hasn't shown much power. 66 games in major leagues with no home runs. But then I looked it up. Rickey Henderson, Hall of Famer, went his first 77 games in the major leagues without hitting a home run. He ended up with over 230.
Grounded up the middle softly, but through for base hit for Jamal Weeks. Today's closed captioning brought to you by Verizon Wireless.
Weeks is a stolen base threat as he talks to first base coach Ty Waller.
Here's Coco Crisp. Crisp really hurt the Yankees yesterday. 4 for 4, 2 home runs and a walk. And he's 5 for 8 in this series. And against the Yankees this year, he has 2 homers, 6 ribbies, a .414 average. Runner goes, pitches outside, throw to second. The umpire says safe. Umpire fell down, Gary Cederstrom, before he made the call, trying to get a better look, and they say that Weeks got in there.
Originally it looked like he was going to signal out as Weeks slides, and well, he was going in at a rapid pace. Here's the throw by Russell Martin, and it looks like he just got that left hand in there. Yeah, he did.
Good call.
Good call. And of course he's got that mitten on, which you see many major leaguers wear to protect the hand when they jam it into the bag. You can see he almost slid off the base. Stolen base number 15 for Weeks.
Won't go crisp with the drag bunt foul.
We're talking about the second base umpire, Gary Cederstrom, and watch him slip and go down. Rights himself and makes the call. Get a little ribbing from the other umpires.
And the players. Drag bunt beautifully executed. Teixeira flips to Cano, and the sacrifice successful, 3-4. So the A's trying to get on the board first.
Well, anytime you're in a rainy situation, you know, the game might be shortened. So managers try and get the jump, get on the scoreboard first, and then hold on. There's Bob Melvin, who's seen his A's win 2 in a row here.
Hideki Matsui gets a nice hand from the stadium crowd. Matsui is 0 for 9 in this series and 0 for his last 14. And you wonder, a little distracted by the fact that he doesn't know where he's going to be when September 1st rolls around. He has cleared waivers, and there are teams that are interested in him. Whether or not the A's trade him, we'll see. Yankees play the infield back. They'll give up a run on a ground ball.
Matsui is 20 of 29, getting a runner in from third base with less than 2 outs. And if you recall his days with the Yankees, he was pretty proficient in these situations.
Grounded foul.
His top RBI year with the Yankees was in 2005 when he drove in 116 runs. And his best home run year was the year before when he had 31 homers.
The 2-1. Foul back over the screen. The count 2-2. Last 3 starts for you, his opponents were 0 for 18 with runners on base and 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. Foul back, 93 miles an hour.
Now, Hughes has made 1 start against the A's this year. That was July 22nd here at Yankee Stadium. He got a no decision. It was kind of a disappointing outing for him because he went 4 1/3 innings, allowed 9 hits and 7 runs in a game that the Yankees won 17-7. He had to be taken out.
Really battling.
And I think back to that game on the West Coast, and last year Hughes had 10 strikeouts. He was overpowering. And I talked to his now teammate Eric Chavez about that night, and he just said that there's nothing we could do about it. We're just hoping to get a hit.
Two-two. Tried the breaking ball, and Matsui just stays alive.
Here's Eric, who broke up that no-hitter with a smash back through the middle that hit Hughes, and he couldn't locate the ball, and Chavez was able to beat it out for an infield single. Broke up the no-hitter.
2-2.
gloves looks like something you might see in the wintertime.
Or, you know, it looks like Gumby's hand. The 2-2. So this is going to be a 10-pitch at bat at least, with 5 foul balls thrown in there. Another foul ball.
Phil Hughes has shown him all types of speeds from the 90s to the 70s, and Matsui's has spoiled just about everything.
The 3-2. All these foul balls, Kenny, does the hitter then gain an advantage because the pitcher has to make a mistake?
He's seen just about everything. It's a matter of Hughes trying to stay one step ahead of Matsui. He's making some good pitches. That's why he hasn't been able to square him up and fouling pitches off. 11th pitch coming up. This is number 12 on its way, and even doesn't.
3-2. Hit deep to center field. Backing up is Granderson. He'll make the catch. Tagging and scoring easily is Weeks. So Matsui wins that battle, gets a sac fly, and the A's lead 1-0.
Well, the A's manufacturing a run against Phil Hughes here in the top of the first. A single, a stolen base, a sacrifice, and a sacrifice fly. Textbook baseball. And Matsui continues to be one of the best RBI men around, at least in the second half of the season.
Hits to Willingham is up, and light rain continues to fall here at the stadium. And Kenny, it's almost as if they have to make a commitment to play through this sort of rain, because I don't think you're going to get totally clear skies on this day.
Well, Michael, I think that the modern baseball fields will allow you to do that. You know, years ago, eventually there'd be puddles. The field would be tough to play, but now the moisture just seeps right on through, and it's like it didn't rain at all. You know, years ago, I remember seeing outfielders splash running through puddles trying to make plays. That's not the case anymore. It's just a matter of keeping the mound and the home plate area in playing condition, and the base paths.
The 3-1. There's a strike. I think that's the cutter.
Yep.
The count 3-2.
See Willingham taking the guard off his foot. He thought he had been walked. Instead, he's facing a 3-2 pitch.
Strike 3. Willingham down looking. A little ball by the Athletics. A single, a stolen base, a sac bunt, a sac fly. A's won, and the New York Yankees coming to bat. presented by Lexus. Yankees coming at 77 and 50. They lead off their captain and the DH today, Derek Jeter. Batting second, playing center field, Curtis Granderson. Mark Teixeira is at first. He'll bat third. Cleaning up and playing third base, Alex Rodriguez. Robinson Cano, the second baseman, will bat fifth. Batting sixth and playing right field, Nick Swisher, 3 home runs in the first 2 games of this series. Russell Martin will bat seventh. He'll be behind the plate. Eduardo Nunez plays short. He'll bat eighth. And batting ninth and playing left field, Brett Gardner.
Rich Harden on the mound, 29-year-old right-hander. His numbers are pretty good, 4-2, 3.91. This is only his 10th start of the year because he spent 3 months on the disabled list. The league is hitting just .210 against him. Here's our G pitcher scouting report. Banned in Boston. The A's thought they had a deadline deal worked out for Harden, but once the Red Sox doctors took a look at his medicals, they said, no way, we want this guy. He's been on the disabled list 10 times in his career. But when he's on, he's tough. He had 11 strikeouts in his last outing against the Blue Jays that tied a career high. And his record with the A's is very impressive, 40-21 with the Oakland A's.
His only question is, does he remain healthy, as Kenny said. So here's Jeter. And the pitch is low and inside, 1-0. Derek's reached base safely in 23 straight games. 2 more hits for him yesterday, hitting .297. First inning's been good to Jeter. He's reached base safely in 8 of his last 13 first inning at bats. 7 hits, a walk. Count 2-1.
Harden's had 1 start against the Yankees this year. That was July 23rd. It was here at the stadium, and he got the win. 5 1/3 innings, 5 hits, a couple of runs, struck out 6. It was a game the A's won 4-3 against the Yankees.
Driven out into right center. Crisp on the run, and he can't make the play. It's up against the wall. Jeter's rounded second. He's going to third. He'll jog in there with a stand-up triple to start the first.
Well, Jeter's going to sting this one right down the middle of the plate. Puts the good wood on it. Crisp was playing him a few steps towards right center, and even so, couldn't catch up with it. Here's a good look right there. Smoked. Ball kind of slicing away from Crisp, and looked like he overreached.
Yeah.
And that's going to turn into Jeter's 4th triple of the season.
"24 straight games reaching base safely." A's have the infield back for Granderson. Granderson with 98 runs batted in.
Jeter just passed the Hall of Famer on the all-time hit list, past Ricky Henderson, who played for both of these teams.
3,056 hits for Derek Jeter. Who's next up? Kenny Biggio? I think 4 hits away.
Is it 4?
Yep, Biggio is 4 hits away.
Well, we've seen Derek go 5 for 5 before.
Yes, we have. Got him. Swung on and missed. So Granderson cannot get Jeter in. Let's take a look at the A's defense, brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealer. In the outfield, Willingham, Crisp, and De Jesus left to right. In the infield, Sizemore, Pennington, Weeks, and Allen, third to first. And behind the plate in his first big league game, Anthony Recker. Grounded foul. Teixeira clubbed a home run in the 8th inning yesterday, his 35th, tying him with his teammate Granderson. Second place in the major leagues behind Bautista. Bautista has 37. Nice block there by Recker.
Now this one was well hit. It was a 3-1 pitch, and he kind of went out and got it. It was belt high, so he can reach it and drive it and into the bleachers, well back in the bleachers in right center. And you can see the celebration by the fans. That tied the game at the time.
Grounded and right to Weeks. That's going to get a run in. Weeks throws to Harden, and the Yankees have tied the game at 1. Teixeira picks up his 97th ribby.
Now Weeks was playing in a free safety mode out in short right field, but in doing so, they didn't ground ball to the right side. Was probably going to score Jeter. Teixeira picks up his 97th. Run batted in. Ball is beyond Allen. Allen wouldn't have had to play either as Jeter broke from third, and the Yankees have tied it up.
Jeter scores the run, and it's his 1,752nd run, and that passes Jimmy Fox for 20th place all time in baseball history. Here's A-Rod. After 2 days missed because of a jammed thumb, A-Rod makes his first appearance at the stadium since the DL stint when he had his right meniscus repaired. In his first game back Sunday in Minnesota, he went 0 for 5.
He looked to be a little anxious to me. 3 times he swung at the first pitch. Trying to come back with a bang.
Girardi said that he was somewhat encouraged by Sunday's performance. Despite being 0 for 5, at least A-Rod made contact and didn't seem as if he was fooled at the plate after such a long layoff. The 1-2. 2-2. A-Rod, a .318 hitter, 7 for 22 against Harden. A home run, 4 walks, but he has struck out 8 times.
Harden is a strikeout pitcher. And he came into today with 60 strikeouts in 53 innings. And has already struck out Granderson.
Swing and a miss, and A-Rod down on strikes. Well, the Yankees tie the score, and here's how they did it. Derek Jeter has been red hot, starts off the inning with a triple. And then with the infield back, Mark Teixeira grounds one to second base, scoring Jeter to tie the game. What is your favorite 80s baseball movie? And here are your choices. Is it number 1, The Natural? That's in 84. Number 2, 8 Men Out in 88. Number 3, Bull Durham in 88. Number 4, Field of Dreams in 89. And number 5, Major League in 89. Winning. You can text your vote to 58772. Standard text messaging rates apply.
That's a good question. They don't make those movies like they used to, do they? Did you say Major League?
Major League.
That was an entertaining movie. But The Natural is a classic. When those lights explode, talk about light tower power.
What was the name of the bat? Wonder Boy?
Wonder Boy.
Count 1 and 2. Brandon Allen 2 for 8 in this series, but boy, the two were impressive. An upper deck home run and a second deck home run to right. Grounded foul.
Yeah, he's had 2 hits this series. Both of them have been home runs. One thing you look for in young hitters, you check out their plate discipline. And Allen seems to have a pretty good idea of what's a ball and a strike. He wouldn't chase those two that were teasing. Remember when Carl Crawford first came to big leagues, Michael? You get 2 strikes, he's going to swing at anything close. But of course, over a period of time, he outgrew that. It's kind of hard to teach. Plate discipline. Too much.
Takes the fastball. Seemed like it was right down the middle. He's down looking.
What Ernie Harwell used to say, called out for excessive window shopping. As Allen takes strike 3. Hall of Fame Detroit Tiger broadcaster.
That'll bring up David DeJesus. 5 hits in his last 26 at bats. Pitches high. 1-1 game. Top of the second. Hour and 29-minute rain delay.
And DeJesus didn't play last night, but he played in the opening game of the series and had 2 hits. There was talk a few years ago the Yankees were interested in obtaining DeJesus. That's when he was with Kansas City.
Would have been a nice fit. Brooklyn kid. Went to Rutgers, so he's got local roots.
He was the center fielder when Derek Jeter had his inside the park homer here. And he hurt his thumb and had to have thumb surgery.
Foul away.
Made a great effort up against the wall.
Two. Lined into right center field. That's going to be trouble. Nick Swisher's trying to cut it off. He can't get there. It's going to go to the wall. DeJesus round second. He's going for third. And he is going to make it standing. So on a wet track, an inning and a half, and we've seen 2 triples.
If I'm not mistaken, there was a game the other day, and I can't recall which teams it was. It was a pretty good breaking ball down and away. He went and got it and dragged it into the gap. Granderson was playing him towards left center field. There was a game last week in which there were 5 triples in the game. So nobody was stopping at second, and DeJesus has no intention of stopping at second either. Flying around and goes in with a stand-up 3-base hit.
Yankees bring the infield in with Pennington at the plate. He fouls it off. Count 2-1. "41 pitches so far.
Been tested somewhat in the first 2 innings.
12 pitches to Matsui alone before he lofted the sac fly. That one is driven into right center field. That's going to be trouble. That'll go to the wall. Scoring easily is De Jesus. Pennington will stop at second with an RBI double, and the A's lead 2-1.
Pennington's been swinging the bat well since the All-Star break, over 300. That was his 3rd hit in this series. He's now 3 for 8. And his pitch is almost right down the middle. And it's rocked hard to the gap in right center field. And the A's take a 2-1 lead. Anthony Recker's first major league at bat. Long time ago, but remember my knees knocking. Wrigley Field in Chicago. All I wanted to do was hit the ball. Hey, just hit it.
Did you?
Grounded to second. Wasn't like Flash. Flash ripped the double his first time up in the major leagues. That probably say it was the first pitch too.
2-1. 2-2. Didn't you tell me you were 0 for your first 10?
One more than that, 0 for 11.
And then?
Got a base hit. Next time up, hit a home run. Next day, got 3 hits.
Never looked back.
Never.
Well, the great story about Willie Mays, he went 0 for like 1,000 at the beginning. And Leo DeRocher called him in and said, "Kid, you're staying there," because Willie said, "Mr. Leo, I want to go down. I can't play here." He said, "You're my center fielder. You're going to stay here." 3-2. And knocks off Russell Martin's mask.
And his first hit was a home run off Warren Spahn on the roof at the Polo Grounds. I think he was 0 for 12, Mike, but it wasn't a foul.
I think it was more than that.
It might have been.
Have to check.
It might have been.
0 for 12 would not have had him say, "Mr. Leo, send me down."
Yeah, but you got to admit, once he got started, he never looked back.
No, he never did. And Recker has a strikeout in his first big league at bat.
3rd strikeout for Phil Hughes on the afternoon. It's a good passing fastball. Got the easy pass lane and puts it right on by him.
0 for 22.
0 for 22.
Yep.
Willie Mays? Let me just hope for everybody who comes in the big leagues.
That's right. So Anthony Recker shouldn't feel that bad.
No, not at all.
Runner goes from second, but it's a foul ball. I mean, you talk to a lot of players from that era, and they don't even blink. They say that Willie Mays was the most talented baseball player ever lived. The things he could do.
Mm-hmm. Instinct on the bases. One thing he did, he knew how to draw a throw from an outfielder and just be safe so the other guys on base could advance, just to make the outfielder think he could throw him out, but he really couldn't.
1-1. 1-2 to Sizemore. Sizemore yesterday was 4 for 4. A couple of doubles. In fact, 9 of his last 12 hits have been doubles. 1-2. Not that time. Swing and a miss. So Phil Hughes strikes out the side, but the A's do score a run on a triple and a double. 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the second. Weekend series with the Orioles. Coverage starts at 6:30 with the Tri-State 4 pregame. Then join Kenny and I for all the action from Camden Yards. Yankees-Orioles. It all starts tomorrow at 6:30. It's only on Yes. It's going to be A.J. Burnett against Tommy Hunter. And Kenny, we should have never doubted you. I know Willie Mays is your favorite player.
Yeah.
And we were looking at the wrong thing. He was, in fact, 0 for 12.
You see, he was such a favorite of mine. I was trying to go for 12, but somehow that base hit dropped in.
Now, Warren Spahn, after giving up the home run and years later joked, "I'll never forgive myself. We might have gotten rid of Willie forever if I'd only struck him out." Check swing by Cano. Rain coming down a little bit harder now at the stadium. Cano with a 15-game hitting streak. 21 for 59.
Yeah, I got a picture on my desk at home. Standing with the Say Hey kid. Harden's first few fastballs of the ball game were fairly pedestrian, around 87, but now he is tuning it up.
Game hitting streak for Robinson Cano. 22 for 60.
I don't know if there's a prettier swing in baseball. Our producer Bill Bolin loves Robinson Cano's swing. And this is a breaking ball. And right there. And this is the angle that he really likes, the side angle. Now watch how long the bat stays within the strike zone. And as Bill says, he can watch that swing all day long.
Here's Nick Swisher. Swisher 3 home runs in this series. In fact, he has 6 home runs against his former team this year. The 16-game streak for Cano is his longest of the year. Now, Nick is the second former A's player to hit 6 or more home runs in one season for the Yankees against the A's. A guy named Roger Maris did it twice. He had 8 home runs against Kansas City in 1960 and 62. Kansas City was the forerunner to the Oakland A's.
Yeah, the A's kind of made their way west. They started out in Philadelphia, went to Kansas City for a while, and then eventually ended up on the West Coast. So they've played in 3 different time zones.
Next stop, Hawaii. Count 3-0. Bit more of a heavy rainfall now. Had to be an incredible disappointment to Harden, who's toiling on a team at the bottom of the West, and he gets traded to the Red Sox, as Kenny mentioned in the scouting report, and they look at the medicals on him, and his arm's in bad shape. Count 3-2, so they voided the deal.
Yeah, he's been on the disabled list every single season, including this year, where he missed almost more than 2 months. Various injuries, oblique strains, elbow, shoulder. But he had 11 strikeouts in his last start against the Toronto Blue Jays, tied a career high.
Comes back and strikes out Swisher after being down in the count 3-0. So the 3rd strikeout for Harden.
Here's a look at the last pitch. You can see Swisher out in front. It's a changeup.
And you get seduced by Harden's stuff because he averages 9.19 strikeouts per 9 innings. Now, since 2003, that's second best amongst all pitchers with 800 or more innings. Hot shot, base hit off the bat of Russell Martin. The only other pitcher who has more strikeouts per 9 innings, a guy named Tim Lincecum, 9.96.
Russell Martin put a good swing on that one. Martin is hot lately. He's 9 for his last 25. Fastball kind of moving in on him. Middle in. And he puts the quick stroke on it. And a one hopper into the outfield for a base hit. Russell Martin's having that batting average climb a little bit lately.
Yep.
He's moving on up.
Great signing by the Yankees. They went up against the Red Sox and they signed him to a 1-year deal. They liked what they saw despite the injuries with the Dodgers, and he's been great behind the plate and giving them 15 home runs as well. Here's Eduardo Nunez. Count 1-0. Nunez 7 for his last 17, hitting .274. Count 2-0.
One of the situations for the Yankees that they've kind of struggled in these situations in this series.
3 for 23, Kenny. 2 for 10 last night. Game they lost in extra innings, a 2-0. 2-1.
That fastball was up a little, and when it's about belt high or a little higher, it's usually time for Nunez business. About belt high. Those are the ones he takes his best swings at.
Popped up, and Recker gives it a look. It's out of play. You noticed right before the pitch was delivered, Nunez keeps touching the bill of his cap or his helmet, because that's a problem when the game has rain, because these little droplets come off the bill of your helmet and they become problematic. I mean, you need total concentration toward that ball. Off of Harden, and Karam's out towards Sizemore. Everybody safe, bases loaded.
Now, I think Harden might have been better off if he let that one go. The infielders are playing at double play depth, and he's telling the trainer and the manager, Bob Melvin, to go back. See, it was his glove hand that is reaching behind and trying to make a spectacular play. This is not his pitching arm. And if he had let it go, they might have had a chance to make the play. The ball wasn't hit all that hard. It's just he deflects it, and now it turns into an infield single. So the bases are now loaded.
And that's going to bring up the slumping Brett Gardner. Gardner 3 for his last 30. You've got Cano at third, Martin at second, Nunez at first. The Yankees trail 2-1. We're at the bottom of the second inning. Count 1-0.
Middle infield at double play depth. They're into the corners. Ground ball lead at first and third. They're going to come home and try and force Cano.
Adrian Johnson, the home plate umpire, sets over the right shoulder of Recker. The 1-0. Hammered foul. With the bases loaded, Gardner, a .343 hitter in his career, 12 for 35 with 29 ribbies, and he has 1 grand slam.
Everything has been in tight from Harden, trying to jam him.
The 2-1. Popped up. That's not going to score a run. Pennington will make the play for the second out. That's a big out for Harden. And Gardner did that last night with runners on second and third. He wasn't able to get a runner in. He's now 10 for 22, getting a runner in from third with less than 2 outs.
Those situations, you're looking for a pitch you can drive. He had 1 good swing during the at-bat, pulled the ball foul. He was ahead on the count, too.
Here's Jeter. He tripled in the first inning. He's 15 for 30 against Oakland this year. That's .500. And he has the average at .298. 3 hits Tuesday, 2 hits yesterday, 1 hit already today. Harden deals. A strike. Jeter, good numbers against Harden lifetime, 8 for 19 with 5 walks. chases a high fastball. The count 0-2.
Sometimes you can get too aggressive. Hitting is controlled aggression. You got to be disciplined. Get pitches that are easier. It's hard enough hitting the strikes, let alone pitches out of the zone. Let's see what Harden wants to do here. Does he want to tease him?
And the count 1-2.
Rearing back for a little extra. That was his best fastball, 96 miles an hour.
The 1-2. Tapped right back to Harden. He fields, and he'll get Jeter to get out of the jam. No runs, 3 hits, and 3 men left. We go to the third. It's 2-1 Oakland. The 27-time world champion Yankees for the remainder of the 2011 season here at Yankee Stadium. Full season tickets are still available in great locations and include the option to purchase the same seat location for the 2011 postseason. Come join us for the chase for 28. For more information, visit Yankees.com or call 212-YANKEES. On the Lincoln scoreboard, the A's lead the Yankees 2-1 as we go to the third inning. And we are joined in the booth by Jack Curry. Now, Jack, obviously, there's rain today, and both teams had to get this in. And there's terrible, terrible forecasted weather for Baltimore. Anything going on there? Any chance the games could be moved to a doubleheader tomorrow?
Well, that's what the Yankees were hoping for. And I spoke to Brian Cashman, and he said that they have presented that concept to the Orioles and to Major League Baseball. And then it's up to them to make a decision. Now, reaching out to some people at MLB headquarters, it doesn't seem like it's going to happen, and here's why. The Yankees and the Orioles have Monday, and MLB views that Monday as their cushion. It's kind of difficult from their end, they say, to schedule a doubleheader tomorrow when the teams have 3 games left in the series. Now, of course, your argument would be, well, Saturday and Sunday the weather is going to be brutal, and they say yes, but they're looking at Monday as being more of the cushion day than tomorrow being the day to have a cushion before the series has really even began.
Jamal Weeks takes a strike. Well, let's go from there, though. The doubleheader is on Saturday. Tomorrow's a single game, and then there's a single game on Sunday. So if Saturday and Sunday get rained out, you can only make up one of those 3 games on Monday. with a doubleheader. So you still have 2 games to make up because the Yankees leave town for Boston.
It's a valid argument, Michael. I'm telling you what I've heard from some of the people who are involved in the decision making, and I think the hope is that you get something out of Saturday or Sunday, that you don't lose both of those days. And you're right, if you lose both of those days, then you're in trouble.
I think Saturday's the day where you have the best chance of playing at least the day game of the day-night doubleheader. At least from the computer models that I saw. You're the
I'm a
meteorologist.
I'm a fake weather expert, though, Kenny.
Right.
Michael put that tab on me, and I have to admit that was a bit of a fraudulent tag put on me.
I have to give credit where credit is due, though, because Jack's wife, Pamela, is a weather groupie. I mean, she really follows storms and everything.
She's a storm tracker. You're right, Michael, and that's fair. You now have brought civility back to my household by giving that honest appraisal of who actually is the weather junkie. I appreciate that.
Well, you know where to go, right?
Time is called. Now, Jack, weren't 2 games made doubleheaders tomorrow in the major leagues already?
Yes, the Phillies switched things up, and I guess it is a matter of the team that's home. I'm sure has more of a say in this. And if you're the team that is vying for a postseason, the Yankees were making this decision, I'm sure, at Yankee Stadium. Of course, they would want to play in the best possible weather conditions. Joe Girardi first mentioned this to me around the batting cage yesterday. We talked about it last night. So it's something that has definitely been on the Yankees' minds. And Michael, Kenny, you guys are going to be in Baltimore. It's going to be, to use Joe Girardi's term, it's going to be a messy weekend. I mean, this could be a mess weather-wise, pitching-wise, team vying for the playoffs like the Yankees. It's a lot to deal with.
Well, didn't the Marlins already play a doubleheader? And one of those games, like 400 people showed up. Maybe that's what the Orioles don't want. They don't want 400 people showing up for one of these games.
That's a possibility, right?
Although I don't think that would happen, because how many Yankee fans come down to Baltimore to see games?
Yeah, but they're probably, a lot of them are probably leaving work early tomorrow. They wouldn't be able to get to a 1 o'clock game.
Yeah, you're right.
Rain continues to fall here at the stadium. Weeks leads off first. And a bunt by Crisp. It's a foul ball. Crisp had a sac bunt in the first inning. After 4 hits yesterday and 2 home runs, he's going the short route today, as the A's lead 2-1. Were there any contingencies, Jack, that were spoken about if this game was rained out or is not completed?
I think, Michael, from the people that I spoke to today, we're fortunate that this game got started when it did, but the intention was that this game was going to be played today. Oakland doesn't come back here, so even if the wait had extended far beyond what either team would want, what the Yankees would want for their fans, they were going to have to figure out a way to play this game today.
And this is not the Yankees' call. Last time in, this is Major League Baseball and the umpire's call. The 1-1. Foul back.
Michael, you see another foul ball by Hughes, and you look at his first 2 innings, and it's very interesting. He has 4 strikeouts, so you would think that's a guy who's handling batters well, but first 2 innings, 54 pitches, 16 foul balls. And I remember last year, that was a lot of the issue that he had, not having that put-away pitch, not being able to finish off hitters. And 54 pitches and 16 fouls in 2 innings. That's a lot of work for a pitcher.
1-2. There's a swing and a miss. Strikeout number 5 for Phil Hughes as Coco Crisp took a weak wave.
Looked like Coco was looking for something else, but he got blown away by this fastball. That was just a wishing and a hoping type swing. And you're right, Jack, because early last year, the first half of the year, Phil Hughes, hitters didn't get the foul pitches off. The third strike was on by them.
And the thing that hurts is it builds up the pitch count. You don't have the length in your outing.
And I guess the number 1 culprit was Hideki Matsui.
He had 12 pitches that he saw in the first inning.
I think you said it best, though, earlier, too, Michael. I have always been told, and Kenny could speak to this better than you or I, that the longer the at-bat goes, the more comfortable the batter gets. The pitcher is the one who's struggling and working, and he fouled that one off, too. He fouled that one off, too. I missed by a few inches with that one, whereas with a hitter, I think it's almost like batting practice. Okay, I'm going to flick this one away until I see one that I like.
Timing. You got everything down, but you see it a second, third time, fourth time, you recognize a lot better. It's easier to hit.
Weeks went and then stopped.
You know, Weeks has pretty good speed. Best stealer, base stealer all time was Rickey Henderson, both with the A's and the Yankees, and Rickey would not give away when he was going. You could see that Weeks kind of tensed up. Rickey was just the same, just wiggling those fingers, and when the time came, his first deck was explosive. There was no tensing up, there was no leaning, never gave away when he was going.
Count 3-0.
Remember when Henderson was with the Mets, Kenny, and obviously he was less of a base stealing threat later in his career, but in interviewing him, he liked the fact that people would give him credit for being a smart base runner. He just wasn't speed. It was that he studied pitchers, he studied catchers, and as you just talked about, a real technical aspect to the way that he stole bases.
Well, Rickey was very fast at the beginning, but then he slowed down after all the pounding on his legs and still continued to steal bases at an incredible rate. So a lot of it had to be smarts. Hammered foul.
He might have gone through an umbrella. And I think that leopard skin one has an extra big spot in it.
Grounded, base hit. Weeks will stop at second as Swisher up throwing.
You know, I was always leery of throwing a left-handed hitter an off-speed breaking ball with the runner being held at first base, because all you're doing is asking for him to pull the ball, and the hole is there naturally with the runner being held. Here's an off-speed pitch, and it's not a bad one. It's down, but Hideki, all he has to do is pull it right through the hole. Teixeira can't get to it, and you got yourself a base hit. I liked it when it happened to me. Rickey was the type, speaking of Rickey Henderson, I mean, Hall of Famer, greatest base stealer of all time, leads in runs scored. The thing about it was, with him, other teams really didn't like Rickey when they played against him. And a lot of pitchers didn't like him, and a lot of pitchers were to the point where they'd like to drill Rickey.
And that one's drilled to left field. Rounding third and heading home is Weeks. He'll score. Gardner flips the ball into Nunez, RBI single for Willingham. And it's 3-1 A's.
Now Willingham, the leading RBI man on the A's, has himself another one. His 75th run batted into the season. Another pitch towards the middle of the plate, and Willingham is too good a hitter. He's not going to miss this. He's going to hit it hard somewhere. I was speaking about drilling Rickey, but if you hit him, he gets down to first base. That's where he wants to be anyway.
We'll turn that into a double. You're right. Kenny, Rickey was a guy who knew his numbers, and I tell you, when you look at a baseball game like today with Hughes, the numbers never lie. And his last start against the Twins, 7 2/3 innings, 2 hits. He was that dominant. He was that effective. He's faced 13 A's today. He's already allowed 6 hits.
Yeah.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees.
Jack, I think today the situation is too many pitches towards the middle of the plate. He was much more towards the corners in Minnesota.
Inside, 1-0. Yankees have Corey Wade up in the bullpen. Now 2-0.
See what happens here. He just missed on both of those pitches, but now he has to get one over the plate, and that usually means get a little bit too much of the plate.
Falling behind a lot of guys early in counts too. Not a lot of first pitch strikes by Hughes today.
2-1. Matsui on second. Willingham is on first. 2-1. Foul back. Looks like Hughes right now in the third inning. His fastball's topping out at 90. Two popped up. Long run for Gardner. He makes the play in fair territory for the second out. So 2 down. That's going to bring up De Jesus, who tripled his first time up.
The A's have 6 hits in the game, and 5 of them have come from left-handed batters. These are the guys who've given Hughes trouble today, including De Jesus, who had a triple and scored in the second.
And a strike.
Yeah, Bob Melvin has stacked his lineup with 6 left-handed hitters against Hughes today. You know, this time through, Jack, I don't know if you've noticed, I think the A's have a different persona than they did when Bob Guerin was managing the team. There were a lot of unhappy players on the team when Guerin was there.
I was talking to Susan Slusser, Kenny, of the San Francisco Chronicle, who covers the A's full time, and she echoed what you said, talking about a different feeling around the team and some guys getting opportunities that maybe weren't getting opportunities previously, and just better communication. Melvin doing a better job of communicating. Billy Beane kind of giving him a vote of confidence. The belief is that this guy's going to get a chance to try and turn things around here.
One, two. And that one's going to be looped into right field for a base hit. Matsui will score. Willingham chugs to third. De Jesus stops at first with an RBI single, and the A's lead 4-1. That's going to do it for Phil Hughes. That was an unimpressive performance by the young right-hander after pitching so well as a starter since coming off the DL. So Girardi's seen enough. He takes the ball from Hughes. Corey Wade will head in. The A's lead the Yankees 4-1, and they are threatening for more. Stay right here. AT&T. And Joe Girardi lifts Phil Hughes and calls on Corey Wade. It's hard to figure out Phil Hughes after pitching as well as he's pitched, and this A's offense is certainly not a potent offense, and really did not do that well today.
As Kenny said, Michael, too many hittable pitches, falling behind batters, extended at bats, a lot of foul balls. And Joe Girardi was singing his praises yesterday for his ability to mix in his pitches and his location. We didn't see that.
We see Cliff Pennington go yard. First pitch, see ya, a 3-run home run. And the A's are pounding the Yankees. It is 7-1.
Well, we talked about pitches in the middle of the plate, and this one certainly qualifies right there for Pennington. And I told you he's been swinging the bat much better in the second half of the season. One of those players who seems to be energized with a new manager. And he picks himself up a 3-run homer and has driven in 4 runs today.
So Phil Hughes' line is complete, 6 runs. So 2 of the 3 runs that scored on that home run go to Phil. 6 runs in 2 2/3 innings. He's Anthony Recker. 1-0.
And Michael was talking about the fact that falling behind on counts, Jack mentioned it too. And what happens is it makes you more predictable as a pitcher. You can look for fastballs when you're behind, when you're ahead on counts as hitters, and if they're in the center of the plate. You know, Michael said this isn't the most prolific offense, but you get a lot better, be a lot better hitter when you're ahead on counts and pitches are in the middle.
Michael, Anthony Recker is a kid from Pennsylvania, actually, who, as you guys mentioned, making his major league debut. He was never even on the 40-man roster for the A's until the last week or so. So it looks like they're going to take a look at him and see what they can get out of him. Helped himself this year, typical A's fashion, going the money ball route. Led AAA Sacramento with a .388 on base percentage. He's catching today because while Harden was rehabbing at AAA, he caught Harden down there, so that helps him having a little bit of a relationship with Harden. His parents, his uncle, his sister, and his grandfather are all at the game. And talking to people around the A's, they say if you were going to cast a guy to play a catcher in a movie, they say this is the guy that you would put in that spot. He's a thick-bodied guy. He's got the chiseled looks there, the chin, and we'll see if he can translate that into a major league career.
At AAA, 287, 16 homers and 48 ribbies to go along with the high on-base percentage.
He earned it. Those are good numbers, particularly for a catcher.
Almost 700 minor league games, Kenny. So he has taken the long road to get to the major leagues.
I think he's built like a tight end.
2-2. Still 2-2.
And when you have that high at on-base percentage, it usually means you have a good idea what a strike is and what a ball is. And he's fouled off some tough pitches there that were on the corner.
You know, he's one of those guys who's been at spring training camp with the A's too, because they always bring in the extra catchers. So he's kind of been a guy who's been so close to it but hasn't had the opportunity. Now he gets it.
Takes the high breaking ball.
They might be looking for somebody to give Suzuki more of a spell because Suzuki plays a lot. Started over 100 games again this year.
And Recker on base for the first time as a big leaguer.
Still no contact, a strikeout and a walk.
That's going to bring up Scott Sizemore as the A's bat around. Foul back. The line on Hughes, 2 2/3, 7 hits, 6 earned runs, and 5 strikeouts. He didn't walk a batter. 78 pitches and 48 strikes.
Michael, we've focused in on Hughes, but it shows you how important guys like Wade and Ayala can be, because if Wade had come in and gotten out of this, it's 4-1. And with the Yankees, you're thinking, got a lot of at-bats left, we can win this game. He gives up that home run there, and this game just changed. Like on the first pitch to go from 4-1 to 7-1. Yankees have a pretty high mountain to climb now against Harden now.
See how Harden can pitch with a big lead. Some pitchers have trouble with that. You know, they rear back and throw strikes. All of a sudden, they're too good, and there's 2-3 men on base.
The 1-2, swing and a miss. Swung to a high breaking ball. But for the Yankees, the game gets out of hand. The A's scored 5 runs. They knocked Phil Hughes out of the game. Corey Wade comes on first pitch, a 3-run homer. It all adds up to 7-1 A's. Run in theaters everywhere tomorrow. I think my sister wrote that. HP, everybody on, and by the new definition of world class, the 2011 Buick LaCrosse. We go to the bottom of the 3rd inning, and the Yankees are down 7-1. Cliff Pennington with a 3-run home run. The first pitch that he sees from Corey Wade, and as Jack said, that changes the complexion of this game in a hurry. So Joe Girardi has to figure out a way to jumpstart his offense, which is leaving a lot of people on base. On the Lincoln scoreboard, 7-8-0, leading 1-4-0. That's going to bring up Granderson against Harden. So how will Harden deal with a heavy 7-1 lead? Now, if past history is an indication, Rich Harden is 42-0 in 57 career starts when he has run support of 4 or more runs. Count 1-1, so the Yankees are working against Harden's history here. High pop-up. Coming on is crisp a long way for the first out.
Michael, you and Kenny talked about how the Red Sox had a deal in place for Harden, but then didn't like the medical records. They were willing to trade Lars Anderson, but there was also a player to be named later as part of that deal, and the Red Sox wanted to pull that out of the deal once they studied the medicals on Harden. I mean, he struck out 11 in his last start. You look at the way he's pitching today. Granted, it's only the 3rd inning, but he obviously a guy with that fastball. He throws a lot of strikes. The Yankees have actually scouted his last couple of starts. You wonder if the Red Sox at all ruining that decision. I mean, maybe they think that they could have used the guy now, but I guess once you make a decision like that, you have to stick with it.
Well, they took Eric Bedard instead from Seattle Mariners. And I don't think he's had the type of success that Harden has had lately.
Since the All-Star break, good numbers for Harden. 3-1, 3.43 ERA, and he is a strikeout machine, averaging over 11 strikeouts per 9 innings in that time.
I guess what the medicals show you is that he can break down at any time, but as long as he's out there moving, he's a very good pitcher. They're just afraid of that next pitch being his last.
Right, he would have been a guy there trying to get a couple of months out of. He would have been a guy there trying to help get them through September and into October.
1-2. Foul back. Now Nick Swisher actually was a teammate of Harden's, and he says there's 2 Rich Hardens.
Right, I talked to him before the game today, Michael, and he said it depends which guy we get. Is it the guy who's going to be in there at around 91 miles per hour with his fastball?
That one's popped up. That was 93. Wrecker makes the play coolly for the second out.
Right, Harden averages about 92 with his fastball this year, Swisher said, but then some days you get the guy who's up there around 94 to 96, and we saw, Kenny mentioned that the one pitch he threw earlier in the game to Jeter was up around 96, and Swisher said he's such a good pitcher, if he has those couple extra miles of velocity, it makes it even more difficult for you to do something against him.
Here's Alex Rodriguez looking for his first hit since coming on the DL. He's 0 for 6. Struck out in the first inning against Harden. Count 2-0. Now, as for going after Bedard after killing the trade for Harden, Bedard with the Red Sox 0-2, 4.09 in 4 starts since the trade. Off speed, swung on a miss, and the team in his 4 starts is 1-3. Two 1. 3-1. Harden deals. Strike 2. A-Rod started to move to first. Thought it was a ball 4 and a walk. Cano is on deck. Yankees down 7-1. And there's Alex's first hit since coming off the DL. So in his 7th at bat, he picks up his first hit.
Looked like a fastball out over the plate that kind of drifted towards the middle, and A-Rod was right on the money. Squares it up, lines it into left center. No chance for Pennington. He's on with 2-out single. Introduces himself to Brandon Allen over at first. Excuse me, Michael, when you're a young player like Allen, it's like your baseball cards coming to life. I remember when I first came to the big leagues, that's Willie Mays, or that's Ernie Banks. Look, Ron Santo.
And you got to specialize in the art of small talk.
Yeah, you do.
Based on interviewing Allen yesterday, I'm guessing Alex is doing the bulk of the talking.
That one is looped to third. Sizemore is there, and that will do it here in the 3rd for the Yankees. No runs a hit, no errors, 1 man left on base. 3 in the books here in the Bronx. 7-1 A's. and here is the question. The Yankees defeated the A's in the 2000 and 2001 ALDS. 2 Yankee pitchers picked up a win in each series. Who are they? Tell me, who are they? Bottom of the 4th will tell you. Well, we go to the 4th, and Jamal Weeks will lead off. He's 2 for 2 today with 2 runs scored and stolen base as well. And Corey Wade on a relief for Phil Hughes. We'll start it off. There's a strike. It seems like it's been about a month of conjecture. Who are the 5 Yankee starters? How do you divide 6 into 5? Who's going to start the second game of the playoffs if the Yankees make the postseason? And it seems, as the ground ball goes up the middle and through, as Weeks is 3 for 3, it seems as if it changes every other day. I'd say if you asked that question a month ago, who's starting game 2 of the playoffs? You'd say, most people would say Bartolo Colon. Now, you don't even know if he'd get a start in the playoffs the way he's pitching. Phil Hughes, 3 days ago, people said, well, he would start game 3. Now, following this game, you wonder if people think that way. So it's very fluid.
A.J. Burnett, another guy who the Yankees have waited for him to produce. And Ivan Nova's probably their second best starter right now, Michael. But when Joe Girardi has fielded questions about that, he has said, I can't answer those questions because we don't know what's going to happen in the next month. CeCe is your mainstay at the top of the rotation. But you're right, Phil Hughes had been 3-1 with a 175 in his last 4 starts coming into today. You see this against a team like the A's, who are in the bottom 3 in a lot of offensive categories in the American League, and you start to say, all right, there are still spots out there. There are still people out there who can prove themselves, maybe move up in that rotation.
Well, I think number 1, you got to see if everybody remains healthy, and number 2, how it plays out, how everybody pitches from this point on.
Kenny, Joe said before the game, with the potential for more rainouts and doubleheaders, he said, I don't even know if we will get down to a 5-man rotation. We may have to stick with a 6 if we're loading up with doubleheaders.
Also interesting, AJ starts tomorrow, and before the game, Joe was very honest. This is an important start for him. He has to pitch better. And the Yankees have been very positive in talking about AJ all the time, but Joe kind of laid it out there. He has to improve.
And Brian Cashman has said the same thing. No locks for the rotation, no locks for the postseason rotation. They clearly know they need more from AJ, and tomorrow he makes an attempt to give them more.
And it's so interesting. Everybody, I think most fans have eliminated AJ in their mind as somebody important for the playoffs, and that's really not the smart thing to do, because what if he has a lights out September? He could be your number 2 starter, just the way it was planned in the offseason. Chris with a fly ball to center, and Granderson puts it away for the first out.
Colon has logged a lot of innings, hasn't been the same pitcher in the second half. Freddie Garcia now hasn't pitched in a major league game going on about 3 weeks. So you're right, Burnett would be a dark horse, but the Yankees continue to put him out there and continue to hope that he gives them what they have always hoped he could give them.
Well, Colon has already won more games than he's won in a season since 2005 when he won the Cy Young. And I think the Yankees, as far as he is concerned, got more than they expected, going all the way back to spring training.
Kenny, you're so right. If he doesn't win another game for them, he's been great for them.
He's got them to this point.
130 plus innings is more than he had pitched in the last 3 seasons combined.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Jack, the 130 plus, that's more innings than he's pitched in a season since 2005.
Correct.
6 years. So he's pitching innings and games and months that he hasn't seen in 6 years. The 0-1. 1-1.
The next time he starts, Michael, I will be interested to see what he does with his 2-seam fastball and how often he uses that pitch, because it was such a weapon for him early. And the other night he used it 2 or 3 times, and Joe Girardi said that he had gotten away from it because he didn't like the way the results he got from it in the Kansas City game. But that's a pitch Colon has to have. That's what helped make him who he was.
I think in the Boston game too at Fenway, where Big Poppy took him. No, that was a breaking ball. That was a slider that hung. But still, He's been getting up more home runs than he was early in the season.
Runner goes. What a jump.
Wow.
He steals second standing up. It's like Wade forgot about him. Martin had no chance whatsoever.
I think in the background you can hear the infielders yell. Not on the replay, but Weeks is now 3 for 3. The Yankees did a good job of holding him down until this game. He was 1 for 9 in this series coming in, and now has 2 stolen bases, 2 runs scored, and 3 hits. You know, Weeks has been impressive. This is his 67th game in the major leagues. He has 81 hits in 67 games.
He looks like he's about 12.
He looks like he's about.
Looks like he could be playing in the Little League World Series. He really looks young.
About to say the same thing.
2-2. Jackie told us yesterday, did Francisco Cervelli get those spikes out?
You know what, Michael? I was told they were sent out. I didn't see Cervelli or Ayala before the game. As you know, day game after night game, the players had a late reporting time and there was no batting practice. But the word was they were going to arrive in Williamsport today for those kids. So a lot of happy kids. And as I said, I think they were sending extra pairs. So maybe the Japanese team will get some. They're going to pass those around, I bet.
Three-2 to Matsui, and he pulls a ground ball to second base. And Weeks is going to move to third with 2 outs. Take the Yankees with you when you travel out of the Yankees' home territory. Subscribe to MLB.tv today to see Yankees games live or on demand on your computer and your favorite devices. Visit Yankees.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. How about this? The sun has peeked through, and Curtis Granderson had to go get sunglasses, and the crowd is applauding the sun.
Or maybe his effort to go get the glasses. Thinking ahead.
Didn't think we'd see this today.
Kind of blinded by the light.
There's a strike to Willingham. Count 1-1. Chop toward third. Alex Rodriguez charges, and they get Willingham for the final out of the fourth. No runs a hit and 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the fourth at 7-1 A's. Here's a question. The Yankees defeated the A's in the 2000-2001 ALDS. 2 Yankee pitchers picked up a win in each series. Who are they? The answer is El Duque and Mike Stanton.
Didn't El Duque just retire the other day?
Officially?
I think he just officially announced his retirement.
You are correct, Kenny. Yeah. He was waiting, much like Bernie Williams. I don't know if Bernie Williams ever officially has said he's retired, but if you look at BaseballReference.com, it's been a few years since any major league numbers by either of their names.
Nick Swisher swings and misses, starting off the bottom of the 4th inning.
That's a great website, by the way.
Absolutely.
Anything you want to know about baseball.
I want to tell this quick story about Swisher. He appeared in this event, which is on the 2nd level in some of the suites right under our booth before the game on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And he came up there, and one of the workers came up and told me this, and they said they'd never seen this. And he walked in, and before he went to where he had to be, he made it a point to go to every single worker on that level. The ushers, the people working the food services, and just introducing himself to say hello. And it just blew the people away how nice he was. That he just did that, didn't have to do it. Nobody was looking. It wasn't one of those photo opportunities. He just wanted to say hello to people that worked there. He's a different breed. He really is a good guy.
We did an interview, Michael, for our BP show with him today. After the interview was over, gave me a big handshake, gave John, our cameraman, a big handshake, and gave Brian, the runner, a big handshake. So I just think it's part of his DNA. I just think that's who he is.
Swing and a miss. He has struck out twice against Harden.
Harden gets him leave the strike zone. Nick is usually a more disciplined hitter than that, but sometimes you think fastball, you get it, and you go for it.
Hector Noesi warming. Here's Russell Martin. He lofts one to right field and deep. Going back is De Jesus. On the track, at the wall. See ya! Home run into the short porch at right. Russell Martin. And the Yankees now trail 7-2. Now Rich Harden kind of has a bemused grin on his face as Martin circles the bases.
Now he said that Russell Martin's been picking up the pace with the bat of late. He's 2 for 2 today. That's home run number 16 on the year. And I think it's the first one I can remember going to the opposite field against the traffic just inside the pole. And Russell Martin is now 10 for his last 26.
You know what's interesting about those 16 homers, Kenny? Well, a lot of things are interesting. He only hit 12 combined in 09 and 10. But also this year, of the 16, 10 of those homers have come after he had a day off. And yesterday he didn't start. He came in late, but he didn't start the game. So definitely comes back a little stronger after a day off.
The 1-0. 1-1 to Nunez. Game certainly far from over. Plenty of time. Yankees trail 7-2, trying to chip away against Rich Harden. Home run against the A's is a significant thing. They've allowed the fewest home runs in the American League, 69. It's like the immovable object against the irresistible force. Just the Yankees lead the majors with 174 home runs. Pitching coach Romanek watching Harden closely. Two balls, two strikes for Nunez. Foul back. Swing and a miss, and Nunez down on strikes.
Here's a look at the last pitch, and Harden, that's usually where Nunez likes it. That shows you how well Harden's throwing. Just nothing fancy there.
There's a strike to Gardner.
Yankees have 5 lefties in the lineup against Gardner today. For the game, they're 1 for 9. Interesting stat. Harden as a right-handed pitcher coming into this game, lefties were hitting 165 against him.
High fly ball, deep right center, giving chase is De Jesus on the run, and he makes the play. Taking an extra base hit away from Brett Gardner, probably a triple. But the Yankees inch closer. A great trade play by De Jesus, but Russell Martin hits a home run to make it 7-2. Doubled up at first base like that.
A base running mistake on what looked to be a fairly routine fly ball to right field.
Well, we go to the 5th inning here at the stadium. New pitcher for the Yankees, taking over for Corey Wade. It's going to be Hector Noesi. Noesi's done a good job for the Yankees, 2-0 with a 3.63 ERA. And Joe Girardi's just trying to pace this game together, keep it right here, give the Yankee offense time to get back in it. And his starter only gave him 2 2/3 innings, and Corey Wade then went 1 1/3. And on the Accel Express, it's 7-2 as we go to the 5th.
Going back all the way to spring training, Mike, when we first saw Hector Noesi, he came in with the reputation of being able to throw strikes, and I don't think he's done much to damage that this year. I think back to his first appearance in the major leagues, that relief appearance in Baltimore, where he threw a lot of strikes and stranded a lot of runners and won his first big league game in his first appearance in extra innings. That was a gutty performance. He was staring down a loss at any time, at maintain the ability to get outs with runners on base.
Dribbled slowly up the third baseline. That's going to be a base hit. Couldn't have rolled it out any better. So an infield single from Brandon Allen.
Sometimes it's not how hard you hit him, it's where you hit him. Yeah, Allen can smile about this one. I think he's talking to Teixeira. You know, sometimes you get down to first, and after a hit like this, the first baseman will say, "Did you get all of that one?" He got enough of it to give himself a base hit.
There's David DeJesus. And he tries a drag bunt. Gets it down. Noesi feels there's nobody covering. First and second, nobody out for the A's. Crowd getting a little bit restless.
Team's up 7-2. Maybe not expecting a bunt from DeJesus, but Cano was playing a double play death, which means he was pinched towards second base. So he had a long way to go. And once this play was, Teixeira comes in to make the play, there's nobody at first base. Noesi has nobody to throw the ball to.
I know this sounds like a small thing. A lot of pitchers pick that up and throw it to first base and don't even look if there's anybody there.
Yeah.
Because they expect somebody to be there. So a good play by Noesi to hold on. Now here's Pennington. Let's see if he tries to bunt, move the runners over. He's 2 for 2 though, with a double and a home run.
I was going to say he's driven in 4 runs today. I don't think he's thinking about bunting. DeJesus is now 3 for 3.
Yankees in at the corners, although he didn't run the hands up the first pitch, and he's not bunting. Count 1-1. Count now 2-1 on Pennington. The 2-1. The 2-2. 3-2.
Michael, we talked about the resurgence of Pennington at short, and when you look at how the A's were constructed in the infield at the beginning of the season, it was Derek Barton at first, Mark Ellis at second, Kevin Kuzminoff at third. All 3 of those players are gone. The only one that remains is Pennington, and he's hit over 300 since the All-Star break.
And the payoff. That one's lofted in the left center. Backing up is Granderson. He'll make the play. Tagging is Allen. He's going to go to third. He'll make it. Heads up base running by Brandon Allen as Pennington makes the first out.
Again, a ball that's well hit by Pennington, sending Granderson back and having to throw while moving away from his target. So he got the ball back in. Allen heads up play, moves over to third. A lot of times when you're on base, it depends on how an outfielder will actually catch a fly ball that determines whether you are going to tag up and move. Granderson was back on his heels that time. Sometimes if the outfielder's moving into his throw, that'll make you hold up. He'll get more life on his throw.
Pitch to Recker is inside. Recker struck out and walked. This is his first big league game.
His last name is a good last name for a guy who drives in a lot of runs.
Swing and a miss. Count 1-1. Noesi has done a really nice job for the Yankees. There's no other way to paint it. I don't know if they were expecting that much when they called him up, but he's always there. He always gives them quality innings. He takes the ball when they need it. He'll give them length when they need it. And he's been a nice addition. Nice development by the Yankee organization in the farm system.
I think that night in Baltimore, Michael, because it was an extra inning game, he was like the last man out of the pen.
Yep. And he kept getting into trouble and kept wiggling out of it until the Yankees finally scored and he got his first big league win. Count 2-1. Allen's at third. De Jesus is at first. Yankees trail 7-2, top of the 5th inning here at the stadium. And the pitch. Strike. Count 2-2. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. He got a big strikeout for Noesi.
Noesi did a good job of keeping the ball away from Recker, and this was a pitch he had already missed earlier in the at bat. Comes back with another good slider. Starts at the corner and then just off of it. There it is on Yesmo. And you could see how much he missed that pitch by. Couldn't lean far enough to get to it. First strikeout for Noesi.
Here's Sizemore. Noesi deals. Pitch has a lot of movement away from the right-handed batters. 1-0. And a strike. 1-1. One pitch. Another strike.
Another slider. Been his best pitch. That's why he's staying with it.
Weeks is on deck. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Yankees trail 7-2, top of the 5th. The young right-hander deals. dialed it up to 95, but missed on the outside corner.
Yeah, that was supposed to be a passing fastball on the outside corner. They just missed it.
Pitch is over here. Pitch is way outside.
Well, you heard it. Home plate umpire Adrian Johnson barking at the Yankee bench.
Just missed outside. The bases are loaded. Allen's at third, De Jesus is at second, and Sizemore is at first. There's a strike. Count 0-1.
Weeks has already had himself a good day. 3 for 3, 2 stolen bases, 2 runs scored. Very pesky out of the leadoff spot today.
Hot shot, but grabbed there on one hop by Cano. Good job by Noesi to work out of a jam. No runs, 2 hits, and the bases are left loaded. We're halfway through, 7-2 A's. Text Paul. Again, the question was, what is your favorite 80s baseball movie? You've been texting us all game, and here's how you voted. It was Major League. 40%. Field of Dreams got 33%, so it was close. The Natural was third, Bull Durham fourth, and 8 Men Out fifth. So Major League with Charlie Sheen.
Yeah.
Winning.
Winning.
The Acela Express scoreboard, 7-2, A's lead. Derek Jeter leads off. Tripled his first time up. Pitch outside in the count, 2-0. Each of the first 2 games of this series, the Yankees battled back and made it interesting. They were down 6-0 in the first game, and had the bases loaded in the bottom of the 9th inning and lost the game 6-5. And Derek Jeter continues to hit. So he is 2 for 3. What a series he's had. 3 hits on Tuesday, 2 yesterday, and 2 today.
Very convenient. 7-11. 7 for 11 in this series. And this one is smoked towards the middle. A lot of his hits have gone right back to the middle lately. Slow motion, even more impressive, right on the barrel of the bat, the head down to follow through, and yet another base hit.
Here's Granderson. Check swing, but they say he goes around the count. 1-1. Curtis in a little bit of a slide right now. He's 0 for 2 today, and he's 1 for his last 17. One. Nice block by Recker.
That was after hitting 7 home runs in 12 games.
And the count 3-1. Romanek going through all the stats. Jeter leads off first. The 3-1. Rip foul. Count 3-2.
We watch Romanek, or the pitching coach Ron Romanek, all 3 games. He's had that sort of mappish looking sheet in his hand. You know, like you unfold it, there's a map of the American League or something.
Well, it looks like one of those Zagat guys. That one gets away from Recker. Jeter will go to second. A walk issued to Granderson. The Yankees rallying here in the bottom of the 5th inning. First and second, nobody out, and the heart of the order coming up.
First walk allowed by Harden today.
Mark Teixeira drove in a run in the 1st inning on a ground ball to second, and then he fouled out to the catcher in the 3rd. Harden lays it in there for a strike. Yankees like the fact getting Harden's pitch count up. They don't let this guy go too long with all of his arm problems. If you could push him up to 100 here, you're going into the A's bullpen. Off-speed pitch, 0-2.
He's been featuring a lot of off-speed pitches to Teixeira. The key is to get them over the plate or near the plate where he'll chase them. If you don't and fall behind, then you get more predictable. He can look for a fastball, and that's when he can do his major damage, as he's done all season long.
The 0-2 inside with the fastball, still throwing hard, 94 miles an hour, 1-2.
Yeah, that was sort of like to show him a fastball and maybe come back with something off speed.
Count 2-2. Jeter's at second and Granderson is at first. Yankees down 7-2, bottom of the 5th inning. Swing and a miss. Teixeira down on strikes.
Once again, something off speed. Picks up the strikeout, number 6 on the day for Harden. And all 6 of them have been swinging.
Here's Alex Rodriguez. He's 1 for 2. He struck out in the first and singled to left in the third. Pop foul behind the plate and out of play.
Well, A-Rod's got that first hit out of the way. That came in his last at bat. First hit since coming off the DL.
Hot shot. There's his second hit. Jeter rounds third. He's going to stop right there. Held up by Thompson. And the Yankees have the bases loaded in the 5th.
Now's not the time to get somebody thrown out at home plate. So Robbie Thompson going to have the bases loaded. You have a good solid hitter coming up next. A-Rod with his second hit. Tried to get up and in, and he wouldn't have any of it. Just dragged it right through the hole and into left field. Quick wristed. Doesn't appear his hand is bothering him today. A couple of solid singles for Alex Rodriguez.
Well, can you imagine what a boon that would be for the Yankees to get back a vintage Alex Rodriguez after the knee surgery? I mean, they've been scoring runs even without him. Craig Breslow is starting to get ready, but that just puts their offense into a whole nother gear if you include a future Hall of Famer there. Bases loaded. Here is Robinson Cano. He's 1 for 2. He's hit 16 straight games. Swing and a miss. Cano 5 grand slams in his career, a .311 hitter with the bases loaded. Driven deep to right field. Going back, De Jesus. See ya! A grand slam for Robinson Cano. And the Yankees are right back in it. They trail 7-6.
Now you can see why Robbie Thompson held Derek Jeter in third. Cano, he's been working on this drill a couple of days ago, his quick wrist drill, and it pays off big time. A grand slam home run. His 22nd homer of the year. And Cano now has 92 runs batted in.
His second grand slam of the season and his 6th of his career. So just like that, we've got ourselves a ball game. So Romantic goes out and talks with Harden. The Yankees have him up to 92 pitches. And that's going to bring up Nick Swisher. Swisher fouls it back. Nick has struck out twice against Harden. A's led 1-0 after half inning. Yankees tied it up at 1-1. Then the A's led 2-1 and 7-1. But the Yankees with a run in the 4th made it 7-2. Now 4 here in the 5th. It's 7-6. Swing and a miss. 0-2.
Well, they had Breslow, the left-hander, warming up in the bullpen. That might have been the time to bring him in, but you know, you want to get Harden through the 5th and maybe give him a chance to pick up a victory. Breslow's still throwing, but you got 2 right-handed hitters scheduled next, following a Swisher. Of course, Swisher's a switch hitter.
The 0-2. 1-2. pitch. That one's drilled to right field. Right down the line, and one hop up against the wall. Swisher's going for two. De Jesus' throw, not in time. A double for Nick Swisher. And that is going to do it for Rich Harden. So Craig Breslow, the left-hander, will come in. Harden will not get a win. Now the A's are simply trying to hold on. The Yankees are coming. They trail 7-6. Now he's a spectator. He can't get a win in this game. Part of the problem was he couldn't get Robinson Cano out with the bases loaded. Cano connected with a grand slam to make it 7-6. Then Nick Swisher's double knocked Harden out of the game as Bob Melvin brings in the left-hander Craig Breslow. Breslow's numbers 0-2 with a 4.12 ERA. This will be his 53rd game. Opponents hit .318 against him. There's still just one out in this inning. And the red-hot Ricky Martin. Why do I keep saying Ricky Martin? Russell Martin.
Maybe because you're living the La Vida Loca.
Here's Russell Martin. He is 2 for 2.
No relation, right?
None. No. Way outside. So a spirited comeback by the Yankees on kind of a dreary day. Started the game delayed an hour and 29 minutes. A lot of teams just pack it in. They're down 7-1, but this Yankee team has battled back. And they are in the ball game, and it's just the bottom of the 5th inning. Count 2-0.
Martin has yet to be retired today. Breslow's been struggling lately. 9 runs allowed in his last 11 innings.
Three and 0. You getting the green light on 3 and 0?
You know, I'm thinking yes, because Martin has a way of when he hits one, he hits a couple.
Oh yeah, that's living right there.
Yeah.
Takes outside, and Russell Martin walks.
It's like introductory to ice cream. Hasn't not Ricky Martin, but Russell Martin, hasn't he had 3 multi-home run games this year? I think that's right.
I will
defer
to you.
Oh, okay.
Here's Eduardo Nunez. Tying runs at second base. And Breslow has yet to throw a strike.
Boston, Baltimore, and Minnesota.
The 1-0. Finally a strike from Breslow. The count 1-1.
So that for Russell Martin, all on the road. Multi-home run game.
Nunez 1 for 2, singled off the arm of Harden and then struck out. Fouled that straight back, count 1-2.
Let it go. You told him to stop. You stop.
Swisher is on second. Martin is on first. 1 man out. Bottom of the 5th. 4 runs already in. Hayes lead the Yankees 7-6. Line drive, base hit to left field. Swisher rounds third. They're going to hold him up. The throw is cut off by Sizemore, and again, for the second time this inning, the Yankees load the bases.
This time, Nunez goes down and gets one. He's a good high ball hitter. This time, he rips one into left field for a base hit. They're going to hold Swisher at third. Willingham had the ball when Swisher was touching third base. And Willingham's got a pretty strong arm, so that it's going to give the Yankees yet another bases loaded chance here in the 5th inning.
And Brett Gardner is due. He has really stranded runners in this series. Bases loaded in the 2nd inning. He popped up to short. In the 7th inning, 1st and 3rd last night, with nobody out, he popped up to 3rd. So the bases are loaded right here for Gardner to come through. Pops that one up behind the plate and out of play.
Yeah, Gardner's 1 for 12 in this series.
And he's 3 for his last 32, although he was robbed of an extra base hit. A nice play by David DeJesus in the 4th inning.
So each team has had an inning in which they have batted around.
Fouled straight back. Now Oakland is shortened at short and second. They're not at double play depth. They're kind of halfway because they realize they've got to move quickly to try to double up Gardner. They're in at the corners. Their preference is at least to come home and get Swisher.
Yeah, but the whole idea with that, if you're coming in a little too close, your lateral movement is cut down on a ground ball.
Yeah, kind of hedging your bet.
Yeah, it's kind of easier to sneak one through.
0-2. Popped up. Wrecker gives it a look. A couple rows back. Swisher on third, Martin's at second, Nunez is at first. The 0-2 just stays alive.
Kind of a slashing type swing. for Brett Gardner. And just off the lip of the glove of Anthony Record.
The 0-2 popped up. That is not going to get a run in. Pennington puts it away for the second out. That's going to leave it up to Jeter.
I noticed during this inning, once Breslow came in, nobody else started to warm up, which means he's in charge of getting both righties and lefties out. And as we know all season long, Derek Jeter's hit very well against left-handed pitching.
Jeter 3 hits and 5 at bats against Breslow. Derek is 2 for 3, hitting .299 on the season. Tripled in the first and scored. Grounded back to the mound in the second, single to right in the fifth, and also scored. So 2 runs scored for Derek. Right in on the fist and grounded slowly to Weeks, and he'll get the out at first as the Yankees cannot push across the tying run. But they inch closer. Robinson Cano against Rich Harden. He goes yard. His 22nd home run of the year, and the Yankees now trail 7-6 on yes. For the game summary brought to you by your local Nissan dealer. 7-11-0 for the A's, 6-11-0 for the Yankees. Pennington continues his hot hitting. Jeter 2 for 4, triple 2-run scored, and Cano 2 for 3. His 22nd home run. It was a grand slam. So the Yankees have made this a game after being down 7-1. We still have 4 innings to play, so buckle up. We're ready to roll. Robinson Cano continues his hot hitting. He has a 16-game hitting streak, and 1 swing made it a ball game again. Coco Crisp leads off. Noesi deals high. Crisp, Matsui, and Willingham, 2, 3, and 4. Crisp is 0 for 2 with a sac bunt today.
Crisp has kind of turned it around in this series. He's 5 for 10, including the sacrifice. Including the sacrifice he's had today, but he came into this series 4 for 30.
Yankees get Boone Logan up. now 3-1 on Crisp.
Amazing to me that Coco Crisp can set his chin right on his front shoulder.
Grounded. Oh, what a play by Cano. One away. Put together a highlight reel.
Does it surprise you anymore?
No.
No, because he does this, I wouldn't say every day, but he's capable of doing it every day if he had to.
Let's check it out on the Coors Light Freeze Cam.
Hot one hopper off the bat of Coco Crisp. That is beautiful. And then he scrambles to his feet and throws out Crisp for out number 1.
Matsui wraps one into right center field. It's going to be a base hit. One hop up against the bullpen wall. Granderson gets the ball in. Then Matsui has his second hit of the afternoon. So 1 on, 1 out. That's going to bring up Josh Willingham. Well, yesterday, baseball lost a beloved figure, former Oriole and Blue Jay pitcher Mike Flanagan, former front office executive with the Orioles and a broadcaster as well. We send out condolences to the Orioles and Mike's family. And Kenny, I know that this is a tough day for you because Mike was not just a former teammate, but a very close friend of yours.
Yeah, he didn't live far from me back home, and Cy Young Award winner in 1979, best pitcher in the league, won 23 games that year. We went to the World Series, and Mike was a special guy. Very tough competitor. You know, you've heard that before, but it's certainly true. And he's going to be missed. Revered in Baltimore over 30 years in the Orioles organization.
Our thoughts and prayers are with the Orioles and his family, and you as well, Kenny.
Thank you.
Count 2-1 on Willingham. Matsui's on second. Willingham is 1 for 3 today. RBI single in the third. Grounded and backhanded by Nunez. He fires to first for the second out.
I don't know, Michael, have you noticed that Nunez has really picked up the accuracy on his throws? When he first came on the scene and was playing the infield, a little scatter arm, but now he's getting much, much better.
Well, that's going to do it for Hector Noesi. Joe Jordan's going to start to mix and match. He'll bring on the left-hander for Logan. Logan against the lefty swinging Allen. When we get back, stay right here. music and computer world, and by Ford, the official truck of the New York Yankees. Well, it's going to become a battle of the bullpens now. Which bullpen will hold on? Yankees trail by 1. They want to keep it right here. And we're in the top of the 6th inning. They bring on Boone Logan. 47 games, 2.78 ERA.
Well, Joe Girardi using this spot in the lineup to bring in his left-hander. 2 left-handed hitters scheduled. Allen to DeJesus. Pennington's a switch hitter. He follows.
And here's a youngster, Brandon Allen. He is 1 for 3. Infield single, slow roll to the 3rd and the 5th. Struck out and flied out to left. Breaking ball, strike. The 0-1 inside, 1-1.
When you're a left-handed hitter in the major leagues and they bring in a left-hander to face you, you got to expect to see the breaking ball. And if it's not a good one, you got to pounce on it. Because when they start sweeping it down and away, it makes it that much further tougher to hit. Woo.
Good fastball on the outside corner.
Now he's got the breaking ball set up off the plate. He's got a pitch to play with. Maybe get Allen to chase one. Almost got him.
And the 1-2. Check the swing on the breaking ball in the dirt. And Corey Blazer agrees. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Got him. Brought the heat. And that'll do it in the 6th. No runs a hit. No errors and 1 man left. Robinson Cano has been doing it all. Grand slam to get the Yankees back in the game and then flash in some leather. Resume tape indeed, but he doesn't need a job. Bay Packers president Mark Murphy discusses the success of the team's unique ownership structure. Plus, how much is your favorite NFL team worth? That can't help right there as Granderson is hit. Find out on an all-new Forbes Sports Money tomorrow at 11, only on Yes. So Granderson leads off, getting hit by a pitch.
That is the 9th time that Curtis has been hit by a pitch. And that ties him with Mark Teixeira for the team lead. Nope, sorry about that. Cano been hit 10 times.
That's something you don't want to lead it.
No.
Here is Teixeira, 0 for 3 so far today. Off the plate. 7-12-0, leading 6-11-0. Count 1-1.
Teixeira's had just one hit in this series, but it was a big one. That home run he hit here last night that tied the game.
Yankees have battled back in each of these games. Trying not to fall short today. Yankees don't want to see this kid, Faustino De Los Santos. He was throwing gas yesterday.
He got the win.
Now 3-1.
Time to pick and choose. Right now you're looking for something to go. Take out.
Line to left field. Willingham makes the play for the first out.
Teixeira had to reach for it just a little too far, and he hit a line drive, hit it solidly, but pitches a little closer to him and get underneath it a little better. So you can see how he had to reach and hook it. He did hit a line drive, but it's almost directly at Willingham.
And that's going to do it for Breslow. The kid from Yale University with a degree in molecular biophysics and biochemistry now can go study in the clubhouse as they call on Faustino De Los Santos. Faustino De Los Santos and how sharp he looked yesterday. He's on in relief. A game the A's lead 7-6, bottom of the 6th inning. This is a good test for Alex Rodriguez. Obviously, he's going to have to be looking fastball, although De Los Santos has good breaking stuff as well. This is an interesting matchup here.
He throws very hard last night. We saw him throwing around 97, 98 occasionally. And 30 strikeouts in 23 and third innings. He is a strikeout pitcher. Look what opponents are hitting. Just 188. You've got to dial it up as a hitter when you face this young man.
So Alex, 2 hits today. His first 2 hits since coming off the DL. He's 2 for 8. He was 0 for 5 in his first game Sunday. Then missed the first 2 games of this series with the jam left thumb. He suffered that on a ground ball he was fielding off the bat of Joe Mauer at third base. He struck out in the first inning and then singled to left twice. Also has scored a run. Granderson is at first. Bottom of the 6th inning, Yankees are down 7-6. Throws the ball hard to first. Almost threw it away.
24 steals for Granderson. Been caught 10 times.
There's that breaking ball.
See how quickly De Los Santos gets. We know he gets the ball at home plate in a hurry. How quickly does he make his delivery? That would maybe have Granderson thinking about going. Fairly quick to home plate. Doesn't have that big high leg kick. A-Rod's now seen a fastball.
The A's got De Los Santos from the White Sox in a trade for Nick Swisher. Ooh. And they also got starting pitcher Gio Gonzalez and Ryan Sweeney. That's a pretty good deal because the White Sox were not happy with Swisher, and then the Yankees felt that he could bounce back, and he's certainly been great for them. So White Sox made 2 bad deals involving Swisher. Soriano loosening up. Here's the 3-0 to A-Rod. 95 right down the pipe. 3-1. And he walked him.
Sometimes the true test of a reliever is how you bounce back on that second day. I know managers and pitching coaches don't like to work relievers 3 days in a row. And Joe Girardi, Larry Rothschild are very good about the way they mix and match in their bullpen so they don't overwork pitchers out of the pen. It's very rare you'll see a Yankee pitcher pitch 3 days in a row out of the bullpen.
Here's Cano, last time up with 1 swing. He made this a game, a grand slam in the 5th inning, and that turned a 7-2 laugher into a 7-6 nail biter.
Inside half of the plate and go. 1 swing for the maximum amount of runs.
And the pitch. He's all over the place. That ball gets away. Both runners will move up. He looks nothing like the pitcher from last night.
Be interesting to see what Bob Melvin does here, as this ball's going to break off the glove of Recker. You know, to me, that looks more like a pass ball than a wild pitch. I think he should have had it. I don't know how they scored it, but the runners are going to move up. Then the A's are going to bring the infield in. They had the choice of walking Cano and bringing Swisher to the plate, but Swisher has done some damage in this series as well. The feeling is maybe if you can get Cano out, then you can walk Swisher.
They scored a wild pitch. The 1-0. 1-1. Big cut there by Cano.
He might have injured himself. This is going to bring Joe Girardi and Stevie Donahue out. Looked as though his hand might have slipped as he was swinging the bat, and sometimes when you try and re-grip and not lose the bat, you can, you know, strain a finger or so. Didn't look too much out of the ordinary on that swing, but it wasn't. There's that fastball right on by him, about 95.
One, 1-2. Swing and a miss, tied him up, and Cano down on strikes.
That was more like the De Los Santos we saw last night, with a good sharp breaking ball, pick up a few strikeouts.
So now they'll talk it over. What to do with Swisher? You've got Martin on deck. Who do you feel more comfortable pitching to? The lefty swinging Swisher or the righty swinging Martin? Follow the conversation all game long on Twitter by using the hashtag YesNetwork.
Here's what's going on, though. But if you put Swisher on, and De Los Santos has been kind of all over the place. He made some good pitches to Cano. Bring the danger of walking in the tying run to the situation. If he loads the bases, looks like they're gonna go after Swisher and make this young man grow up in a tough situation, facing two lefties who got some hits today.
Swisher 1 for 3, doubled his last time up, struck out his other 2 times. Way high. Granderson is at third, and A-Rod is at second. Count 2-0.
That's that pitch that he tied Cano up with.
Now they're going to intentionally walk him. So they wanted to see if he would fish for anything out of the zone. That's not Swisher's game. So now they're going to take on Russell Martin. Quite a rally for the Yankees. A hit batter, a walk, and an intentional walk. It's been a perfect day for Martin. Single to left in the second, homer to right in the fourth, and walked in the fifth. Here's the home run in the fourth inning.
Yeah, opposite field. You don't see this very often for Russell Martin, but it pays off here. About 5-6 rows back for a homer. That was number 16 on the season.
You see the base runners. All eyes on the batter now. Strike. Russell has very good numbers with the bases loaded. A .311 hitter with 2 grand slams. 23 for 74. One and one.
Well, record has been tested this inning. In his first major league ball game.
That one is driven out to right center field, giving chase De Jesus. He's not going to get there. No one is. A grand slam for Russell Martin. And the Yankees have come all the way back. They lead 10-7.
Well, that's Russell Martin's 4th multi-home run game of the year and his first here at Yankee Stadium. The previous 3 had come on the road, and he picks on the front row just over the scoreboard in right field.
And he gets a curtain call from the crowd. Here's Eduardo Nunez. Fouls it away. What an impressive comeback by the Yankees. They have scored 9 unanswered runs against the Athletics. They were down 7-1. They lead 10-7, trying to salvage the final game in this 3-game set. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
Five runs batted in for Russell Martin today. Right man at the right time.
That just squeezed into the stands. Got the back of the wall. The 0-2. Looped into center field. Crisp coming on. He can't see the ball, and it drops in for a hit. 3rd hit for Nunez. And that one might have been a gift from the glare.
Looks like a line drive in the paper tomorrow. Kind of reaches out, pops it up, and Chris coming on. Where is it? I don't. There it is.
You can see the sun glinting off his glasses. He had the glasses down, but just couldn't find it. So that's going to bring up Brett Gardner. Gardner's 0 for 3. He has popped a short twice with the bases loaded and 1 out. Yankees have been around since 1903. They've had 27 World Championships. And this is only the 4th time in franchise history that they hit 2 grand slams in a game. One by Cano and one by Martin. keeping Nunez close. Jordan Norberto warming for the A's. One of their 3 left-handers in the bullpen, and they are going to go to him right now with Gardner up. So that's going to do it for De Los Santos. Not nearly as good as he was yesterday. Yankees lead 10-7. Four here in the 6th, and they lead 10-7. Still batting in the bottom of the 6th inning as the A's go to left-hander Jordan Norberto.
Norberto came over in the deal with Brandon Allen for Brad Ziegler. That was on the 31st from the Arizona Diamondbacks. And he's been in 5 games. 4 strikeouts in 6 innings, a couple of walks and 7 hits.
And he's going to face Brett Gardner. Good speed at first, and Nunez a threat to go. The left-hander will try to keep him close. They might want to test the rookie catcher. Pitch is high. So the Yankees have now out-hit the A's 13-12. And the comeback has erased the ineffectiveness of Phil Hughes, who lasted just 2 2/3 innings. Count 1-1.
Yankees have hit 8 home runs in the 3 games, and against a team that has allowed the fewest in the league.
Count 2-1.
I think the key for the Yankees today is try and get the bases loaded. Somehow, just get 3 men on base.
And
what I mean, it got 3 men on base without a hit. this inning.
2 walks, 1 intentional, and a hit batter. And Gardner works a walk. So for the second time today, the Yankees will bat around as Derek Jeter, the 9th Yankee to come to the plate.
Now batting for the Yankees, number 2, Derek Jeter. Number 2.
Derek tripled in the first and scored, grounded back to the mound, singled to right in the 5th and scored, and then grounded to second with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the 5th.
Well, Michael, we're well aware of what the Yankee offense can do. Lead the league in runs scored. Coming up on 700 runs pretty soon. They'll have it before they come off the road trip. I think they're up to 694 runs scored. They are tied with the Boston Red Sox for the most runs.
Boston will play tonight against Texas in Texas. Count 2-1. I don't know if you've noticed, Kenny, but Texas is really trying its darndest to give away the West. They're just 2.5 games ahead of the LA Angels.
What have the Angels done in their last 10 games?
6-4. They haven't really taken advantage. Texas is 5-5. But LA is 6-4 in their last 10. They've won 6 in a row, though.
Okay.
And they're just 2 back in the loss column. Yankees are a game behind the Red Sox. In the East, each team with 50 losses. Red Sox have 2 games in hand, so they're 79-50. The Yankees are 77-50. So essentially, you are tied when you have the same amount of losses. Because you could win the games. That means that the deficit is in your hands, not the other team losing. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Number 2 at the plate. The runners go. That one is grounded softly to short. Pennington charges. He doesn't have a play. Here comes Nunez. The throw home. They got him. Nice recovery by Pennington to get Nunez trying to score. Derek Jeter picks up a hit, but Nunez is out to end the inning. But the big blow of the inning off the bat of Russell Martin. A grand slam as the Yankees have come all the way back to take a 10-7 lead. hit grand slams to give the Yankees the lead. And it's only the 4th time it's ever happened in Yankee history. Tony Lazzeri hit 2 back in '36 against the A's. Winfield and Mattingly hit 1 apiece against the Blue Jays in '87. Then in '99, Bernie and Paul O'Neill went yard with the bases loaded against the Blue Jays. And why don't we take a look as Bernie Williams hit his against hard-throwing Billy Koch. So that one went. And then our good buddy Paul O'Neill against Paul Spoljaric. First pitch is a strike to David DeJesus. And Paulie goes yard against Spoljaric.
Off a lefty, no less. They probably brought him in just to face Paul O'Neill.
Bad move.
Yep.
So some history tied here at Yankee Stadium. Hey, there's still 3 innings to go on the Cadillac scoreboard. 10-7. Yankees lead. Right now, Boone Logan is the pitcher of record. He came in to strike out Brandon Allen in the 6th. And he's in there to face the lefty DeJesus in the 7th. 2-1. By the way, for those that are keeping score at home, that last play, Nunez is out trying to score 6-2, but Derek Jeter did in fact get a hit. So for Derek, it's his 3rd hit, and that puts him at 300 for the first time since he was 2 for 6 at the start of the season.
It's been a long uphill climb.
Swing and a miss. Martin gets an angle, flips to Teixeira, and there's one away.
I believe the glove of Russell Martin, the webbing, took a beating and has now been exchanged. He's got a new glove. Tony Pena came right out with another catcher's glove for him. They're going to work on that one. Now, I believe those grand slams by Bernie Williams and Paul O'Neill were in consecutive innings like the ones today.
Pitch is high.
So that's the 2nd time the Yankees have done that.
The 1-1. Fouled away.
Watching Logan in the 2nd half, Michael, in particular, he's been throwing a lot more strikes. Getting ahead of hitters a lot better than he was early in the year. And seemed to be gaining confidence each and every time out there. Got good stuff.
Swing and a miss. Pennington down on strikes.
Well, Logan comes in out of the bullpen. He's faced 3 hitters and struck them all out. This time, breaking ball. Pennington can't get on top of it. There's just swing and a miss. Logan's been impressive today.
That'll bring up Recker. So showing a lot of faith here in Logan. He's got Soriano ready, but he likes the way Logan's throwing. Hammered down the left field line, but foul. Soriano's just a spectator right now, ready to come in. But Boone Logan is hoping to get some rest. Pitches outside.
Now, I think if Logan had gotten in any trouble, Girardi had the option of bringing in a right-hander to face a right-handed hitter. But Logan's just sailing along here, making some good pitches.
Count 2-2. Swing and a miss. An impressive seventh inning for Boone Logan as he strikes out the side. Good performance by Logan. He has faced 4 batters. He struck out all 4. Middle of the 7th inning, time for the 7th inning stretch. Yankees lead 10-7, but we stay right here to honor America in the Bronx.
Silent prayer as we remember the servicemen and women who are serving our country at home and around the globe. Thank you. Now join in Kate Smith's rendition of God Bless America.
you didn't feel real good about things when Phil Hughes had his worst outing since coming up the DL. Got roughed up in 2 2/3 innings. Yankees were down 7-1, but they battled back, and you can see on the Cadillac scoreboard they now lead 10-7 as they come to bat in the bottom of the 7th inning. This is a guts check sort of game, Kenny. As I said, kind of a dreary day. You could have easily packed it in, but the Yankees didn't do that.
Well, they lost the first 2 games of the series, so to gain any momentum before going out on a road trip would have been nice. And momentum has come in the space of a couple innings and some grand slam home runs. Yeah, I think I've said it before. Some days you have to out-hit your own pitching. If the pitching's not good, the offense has to step up.
And after Wade served up that home run, is David Robertson getting ready? Noesi did a good job, and Logan has done a good job. Granderson swings and misses.
I think today is kind of a prime example about Granderson's year. He's 0 for 2 in the ball game today. That makes him 0 for 9 in the series, but the 2 times he got on with a walk and hit by pitch, he scored runs. And that's how he leads the league in runs scored. He seems whenever he gets on base, no matter how he does it, he somehow gets to touch home plate.
He's been a run scoring machine.
117 runs scored. His career high is 122. That was 4 years ago with the Detroit Tigers.
There's Mark Teixeira. He's 0 for 4. And there's a strike.
The A's pitchers today have helped the Yankees along, helped the Yankee offense along with 6 base on balls.
Count 2-1.
4 of those walks have scored, and the hit batter has also scored. I think that got home plate umpire Adrian Johnson. Staggered for a second. Didn't need the mandatory 8 count.
Count full. And he walked him. Runners on first and second with nobody out. Oh, you can vote along with us for today's Chevy Player of the Game. Text your vote to 58772 or vote online at yesnetwork.com. Now, today's candidates are number 1, Russell Martin. You gotta choose him, right? 2 home runs. Number 2, Robinson Cano. Number 3, Cliff Pennington. And number 4, Derek Jeter. Vote now. Make your voice heard. Standard text messaging rates apply.
Who's the guy on Saturday Night Live with the subliminal messages?
Kevin Nealon.
Yeah, that's right. You got to vote for him.
Little conference on the mound.
Imagine if he did a game like that.
I'm imagining it right
right
now. It would go something like this. Here's Alex Rodriguez. He hits lots of home runs. Foul back.
Yeah, Norberto has not done himself any favors by walking people. All the Yankees need is one more man on base to have the bases loaded again.
And Cano's on deck.
Oh.
2-1. And the count 3-1. Norberto chases the runner back. A-Rod looking to go yard. Count 3-2.
Well, that's the type of swing you want. 3-1. Kind of air it out.
Runners go. And the bases are loaded with 3 walks. Time to take a look at the GE Capital partner play. Great partnerships are built on trust. At GE Capital, we prove that every day.
Well, the first of the partner play is going to be Robinson Cano's grand slam home run. And of course, you have to double it up on a partner play, and Russell Martin with a grand slam home run.
Can they do it again? Can they do it again?
It's all set up for the second inning in a row. The Yankees have loaded the bases without a hit.
And for the 3rd inning in a row, they've loaded the bases. So they had the grand slam in the 5th, the grand slam in the 6th, bases loaded, nobody out, and Robinson Cano at the plate. It's been that sort of day. Cano struck out last time up. No team has ever hit 3 grand slams in a game. There's a strike. So the Yankees right now are knocking lightly on the door of history. Can they get in? Fouled away. Granderson's at 3rd, Teixeira's at 2nd, Alex Rodriguez is at 1st. Bob Melvin is beside himself.
It's like Groundhog Day the last 3 innings.
Fouled away. that is Bruce Billings. The 0-2.
Roberto has shown he can throw the ball with authority. He got it up there 95 miles an hour, but his control has certainly been lacking. Walked 3 batters this inning, and the first batter he faced last inning.
High drive, but he didn't get it. Crisp will make the catch. Tagging is Granderson. He scores. Teixeira moves to third. A sac fly for Cano, and the Yankees lead 11-7.
Well, Cano now has 5 runs batted in. First pitch is a strike over the corner. Fouls off a breaking ball. 0-2. Fouls off a good fastball. Now trying to make him chase, and there's a 5-ball to center field. Didn't quite get it. Didn't have his ace swing, but got it out there far enough to drive in a run. And the Yankees have scored a run without a hit here in the 7th inning.
Here's Nick Swisher. He is 1 for 3, doubled, and was intentionally walked and scored on Russell Martin's grand slam. So the A's laid down the gauntlet there to Martin, and he answered. They said, we'd rather face you than Swisher with 2 outs. Not as they were setting up the double play. They just chose which batter they'd rather face. Popped up and out of play. Crowd of 46,369 here at the stadium. A lot have stayed. Remember, the game was delayed at the start, 1:29. Swisher calls time. Count 1-1. I give Adrian Johnson credit. He continues to call his strike zone. He's not speeding anything up for anybody. Even when the weather was inclement and it was raining and drizzling, he didn't try to speed it up. He called his strike zone. Outside, 2-1.
The A's relievers have not thrown many strikes in this game. 4 walks for Norberto, 2 for De Los Santos, and 1 for Breslow. While Harden was in there, he only walked 1.
Strike in the outside corner now. The count is full at 3-2. Yankees up 11-7. Will they send Alex from first? Swisher with a good eye. And the pitch. He walked him. Again, the bases are loaded, and Russell Martin comes up again, but he is not going to face Jordan Norberto. Yankees have had 4 base runners on, none thanks to a hit. 4 walks by Norberto. Bruce Billings will come on. He'll try to stop the Yankees from making history against Russell Martin. In postgame as Bob Lorenz recaps this series finale and gets the latest from around baseball. Plus, Joe Girardi's postgame comments and Jack Curry chats with the team in the clubhouse. It's all coming up later on the postgame, and it's only on Yes. More baseball to go, though, as the Yankees lead this one 11-7. They've had 2 grand slams, one in the 5th off the bat of Cano, one in the 6th off the bat of Martin. And now Billings comes on. In just his 8th game, opponents hitting .318 against him, and he is going to face Russell Martin. Now, Martin's already homered twice in this game, and his last home run was a grand slam in the 6th inning. And as we mentioned earlier, never in the history of baseball has a team ever hit 3 grand slams in a game. So we'll see if they can do it. Second chance this inning. Russell Martin, as I mentioned, has 2 home runs. He's never had a 3 home run game in his career.
He's facing a pitcher he's never seen before, which always can add a little bit to the difficulty getting base hits.
Billings deals. There's a base hit to right field. Teixeira scores. Alex Rodriguez is going halfway. He'll head back to third. So an RBI single for Martin, and the Yankees now lead 12-7.
Martin is now driven in 6 runs. Looked like a spinning slider, and he kind of cued it off the end of the bat. Now watch first baseman Brandon Allen. He goes up, but he jumps too soon. Ball loops over his head into right field for another base hit. Right off the end. You see it on Yes Mo. But the bases remain loaded.
And here's Eduardo Nunez. He has 4 home runs this year. And that's Martin's first 6 RBI game in his career. He has 59 now on the season. Count 1-0. Swing and a miss.
Trying to make history.
Well, the Yankees hold on and win this game. Rich Harden will lose the first game of his career when his team scores him 7 runs. Ayala is ready in the Yankee bullpen. Foul back. Now Harden, of course, would not get the loss, but he wouldn't get the win. I don't think his team has ever lost a game where they scored him that many runs. But the Yankees have battled back. The 1-2. Chopped towards second. Ricky Weeks will get 1 out at second. I haven't said Ricky, it's Jamal. He'll get 1 out at second. A run scores, an RBI for Nunez, and it's lucky 13-7.
Yeah, welcome to the club. Nunez, much too much speed to double up. Gets himself a run batted in. Your scorecard look as busy as mine?
Yeah, it doesn't look pretty at all.
5th, 6th, and 7th.
Here's Gardner. He is 0 for 3 with a walk. Now, I was slightly off on that Rich Harden note. His teams are 42-0.
Yeah.
When they score him 4 or more runs. This time they scored him 7. And here the Yankees are. They're up 13-7. He didn't even last through 5. Yankees are 1 pitch away from reloading the bases for Derek Jeter.
It might be one of those games where every hitter's been up with the bases loaded at least once. They're working on it.
And the bases are loaded. And the Yankees bat around again. They bat around for the 3rd straight inning. And that'll bring up Derek Jeter.
Derek Jeter, number 2.
Jeter has 3 hits today. He's at 300 for the first time since early April when he was 2 for 6 on the season. A long climb, but he has been aggressively assaulting it, and here he is at 300. Pitch is low from Billings. Fouled away.
It's interesting in the first part of the ball game and in this series in general, Michael, the Yankees kind of struggle with runners in scoring position. But it seems after Russell Martin's solo shot in the 4th inning, they regained the touch.
Count 2-1. Count now 2-2. Swisher's on 3rd, Nunez on 2nd, Gardner is on 1st. Speed gets better as you go from 3rd to 1st. Jeter's at the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 3 runs in. 13-7 Yankees lead. And the pitch. Full count, and the runners will go with 2 outs. And the runners go. The 3-2. It's low. That forces in a run. And the Yankees lead 14-7 as Nick Swisher scores. And the bases remain loaded.
Ten walks and 15 hits for the Yankees in today's game.
This is not the one that the A's put in the time capsule.
No, it's not. It's not going to be shown on A's Classic.
Do the A's ever lose on A's Classics?
Yeah, I don't. That's what it's. We've seen Hideki on Yankee Classics.
There's Curtis Granderson. He has scored 3 runs, has not had a hit, 2 walks, and he was hit by a pitch. Just missed him. There's a strike and the count 1-1. Granderson struck out in the first, fly to center in the third, walked and scored in the fifth, hit by a pitch and scored in the sixth, walked earlier this inning and scored. On the bottom of the seventh. Now, if you look up the scoreboard, the line score, Kenny, that is a great hand in poker. You got 2 aces and 3 fours. That's what the Yankee line is. You're going to win.
Full house.
Hot shot and off of Allen. Granderson's going to beat it out. An infield single, run scores, and the Yankees lead 15-7. And that is Granderson's 99th run batted in.
Allen might have to check a shin over there. That ball scorched him. Where did it hit him? Did it get some leather? He slowed it down. Of course, Granderson's going to beat the play. No throw. Yeah, you're right. 99 runs batted in.
And that will bring up Teixeira. He's had some hot shots at first in this 3-game set. A lot of bad hops, too. Nice block by Recker.
Been a long afternoon for the young man. First major league game. He's not going to forget it.
Oh, 2-0. Six walks in this inning alone. Three and 0. And Alex Rodriguez with 22 grand slams waits on deck. That's one behind the all-time record of 23 held by Lou Gehrig. But first, Teixeira has to get on. And he gets on. So a bases loaded walk forces in another, and the Yankees now lead 16-7. And Romanek quickly out to the mound to settle down Billings. And for Teixeira, that's his 97th ribby. No, 98th. Had an RBI ground out in the first.
2 walks this inning for Teixeira.
So Bruce Billings, the 5th pitcher used by the A's. And he is struggling just like every other one of them.
Bullpen has not done the job for Oakland today.
And no one's up. Way outside. He can't find the plate right now. And the worst case scenario for him is to lay one in there, and then Alex clubs it.
From his standpoint, just hope that he hits it at somebody.
Not in
the
seat.
seats, yeah.
Count 2-0.
Well, let's go back. All the way back to April at Baltimore. Camden Yards couldn't hold this one. A grand slam for Alex Rodriguez. Here's the welcoming committee. Teixeira, Granderson, and Jeter.
Here's the 2-0. 2-1. Jeter's on third, Granderson on second. Teixeira is on first.
The same hit, the same batters or base runners.
Hot shot and lined right at Sizemore, and that will do it. But the Yankees score 6 in the bottom of the 7th. They leave the bases loaded, and they lead 16-7 as we go to the 8th. The A's 16-7, 15 unanswered runs. The Yankees were down 7-1 in this game, but they have exploded over the last 3 innings to just put this game practically out of reach. A couple of changes for the Yankees defensively. First off, you have Luis Ayala coming on. This will be his 38th game, a sparkling ERA, a hit per inning, and 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. Got Eric Chavez taking over at third for A-Rod. Nick Swisher is the new first baseman. And taking over in right field is Andrew Jones. There's Andrew. Sizemore swings at the first pitch and drives it deep to right. Jones back on the track at the wall. See ya. A home run for Sizemore. He goes the other way, and the Yankee lead is now 16-8.
That's number 6 for Sizemore, and he's had himself quite a series. He's had 7 hits. Check that, 6 hits and a walk in this series.
Here is Jamal Weeks, 3 hits today and 4 at-bats. 2 runs scored. Pitch inside. How many home runs do you think have been hit in this series?
Phew. It's almost like everybody has at least one.
13.
I was going to say. Did you hear me start to say 13?
I did. I didn't give you enough time. As Weeks swings and misses.
Good fastball to the outside corner, and Weeks can't catch up to it. Ayala bounces back after the home run to pick up a strikeout. This is
Ryan Sweeney pinch hits for Crisp. Pitch outside. Count 1-2.
Sweeney used to be a regular player. He used to play out in right field. They tried him against lefties, and he hasn't hit well against lefties, so they figured that out. And when he does play, it's strictly against right-handers.
Weak wave at that pitch as he goes down swinging for the second out. That's going to bring up Matsui. He's 2 for 3 today with a sac fly, a run scored, single and a double. And that's laid in there for a strike.
Michael, early on, you had mentioned the fact that maybe Matsui might be on the move. This might be the last time the Yankees see him in an A's uniform.
And you never know where he gets traded. They might see him again. A's are not on the Yankees schedule after this game. He got through waivers. And you would think that Billy Beane, the GM of the A's, will try to get the best package possible. The A's aren't making a run. And he's only signed to a 1-year deal, the 1-1. That one is driven deep to right field. Going back Jones. He's on the track. And he'll make the play as he comes into the grass for the final out of the inning. A's score a run on the home run by Sizemore. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. The Yankees have doubled the A's 16-8. 16-8. Ryan Sweeney is a new center fielder. Sogard, where is Sogard right now? He's at short, so Sogard takes over for Pennington. Sweeney takes over for Crisp. And Billings still on the mound. And Francisco Cervelli is going to pinch hit for Robinson Cano. Hyundai scoreboard 16-8. This game right now is 4 hours old. And a base hit for Francisco Cervelli. Pinch hit single. Yankees have scored in each of the last 4 innings. 1 in the 4th, 4 in the 5th, 4 in the 6th, and 6 in the 7th. Ooh. Here's Nick Swisher. Nick with a double in the 5th. Then he was intentionally walked and scored on a grand slam. And then he was walked and scored on a walk. So he has 2 runs scored.
A lot of walks.
Count 2-0.
You have 11 walks. I've got 11.
Let me total it up.
Oh, goodness.
1.
I'm going to take you one.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11.
11 base on balls.
And 1 hit batter. Swisher fouls it back. (16-17-0) for the Yankees, 8-13-0 for the A's, and this makes the Yankees' trip to Baltimore a little bit easier, a little bit quicker. If you go there and you had lost this game and you've gotten swept by the A's, and then you have 5 games ahead of you in Baltimore and then 3 in Boston, you probably don't go in there feeling great. But the Yankees have to feel good about this, down 7-1. And they've come back. They haven't won it yet, but it would be shocking if they don't win this game. Count 3-2.
The Orioles have some momentum. They swept the Twins. Beat them today.
Kenny, I tell you, we were in Minnesota, me and Flash, and they looked awful.
Yeah.
I mean, the Yankees won 3 out of 4, but the Twins just looked awful. As Swisher goes down swinging, they're essentially playing their AAA Rochester team. Everybody's hurt. So Nick strikes out for the 3rd time, and that's going to bring up Russell Martin. He's going to get a nice hand from what's left of the crowd of over 46,000.
Well, starting tomorrow, Yankee fans can root like heck for the A's because they're going to Boston.
High drive, deep left center, going back Sweeney. Look it up, it's off the base of the wall. And Russell Martin gets himself a double. He flirted with his 3rd home run of the game as Cervelli settles at 3rd.
I had the crowd standing on their feet, and he's getting a nice ovation for his efforts today. Been on base every time. Single, home run, walk, home run, single, double. What an afternoon for Russell Martin. And you called it, Michael. Didn't miss by much. Out near the, well, just off the 399 side.
Hit to a T. Infield is back with Nunez up.
That's a career high 5 hits for Russell Martin.
Breaking ball is a strike. The 2-1. 3-1.
Well, the Yankees with 18 hits today, that's not even near what the most they had in a game this season. They had 24 on July 30th against the Orioles right here at Yankee Stadium.
And a walk, and that loads the bases.
We have actually miscounted. There's been so many walks, and there's 13 walks.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How did we both count 11 when it was 12?
I don't know. Did we get the 2 that Teixeira had in 1 inning in the 7th?
I thought I did, but I guess I didn't. Now, we've counted the grand slams correctly, right? 2. So an opportunity for another one with the bases loaded. Here's Brett Gardner. He's walked twice. Pitch inside. It's 13. The 1-0. Inside 2-0. Boy, Billings is really struggling. And he's just tagging one for the team right now. And Recker trying to settle him down. There's no place to put Gardner.
They don't want to use another pitcher in a game like this one. Yankees 2 away from their season high in runs scored. They had 18 against the White Sox at Chicago early this month, August the 3rd.
There's a strike. And the count 3-1. And the pitch. Foul back. And the count is full. Gardner 0 for 3 with the 2 walks and a run scored. In a little bit of a slide. He'd like to get a hit here. He's 3 for his last 33. And his average is down to 272. The pitch. Hot shot at Weeks. It's off his glove and it goes into right field. Nunez hustles to second. He'll get there. Cervelli scores. It's an RBI single for Gardner, and it's 17-8 Yankees.
One thing you'll notice about third base coach Robbie Thompson, he is slamming on the brakes for everybody who's coming around third from second base. And this is not the type of game you would want to bang play at home plate. The Yankees have a comfortable lead. Just take 90 feet at a time. Solid shot off of Weeks' glove into right field for base hit. First hit for Gardner in the game, although he has walked a couple of times. Bases remain loaded.
Here's Jeter, who looks up at the scoreboard and sees a 300 batting average for the first time since the beginning of April. Pitches low, 1-0. Derek with 3 more hits today, an RBI, a walk, 2 runs scored. 8 hits in this series. One and one. Brian Fuentes warming up. Would they bring in Brian Fuentes to face Granderson? Well, we'll see, unless Jeter hits into a double play. Two and two. The 2-2. He struck him out. So a high fastball swung through by Jeter, and that is going to bring up Granderson. And no movement yet from Melvin. Bases loaded, 2 outs for Granderson. Oh, strike. That one is drilled deep to right field. Foul ball. Hooked foul. Russell Martin, 5 hits today. He's at third. Nunez at second. And Gardner is at first. 17-8 Yankees, bottom of the 8th inning. And the 0-2. 1 and 2.
Plus, you got Granderson up here sitting on 99 runs batted in.
And with his 3 runs scored, he's at 118 for the season. Still 1 and 2. Right after the game, the Yankees head to Baltimore, and the A's will head to Boston. And then after Baltimore, the Yankees head to Boston Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We'll have all 3 of those games. A 1-2. Still 1 and 2.
I think one thing you got to say that the A's are kind of handed it to him with all the base on balls, but it doesn't seem like any of the hitters are taking that bat off. Everybody is trying to make hay.
One, 2. That one is driven out to right center field and deep. Going back is Sweeney. Looking up. See ya! Baseball history. The 3rd grand slam of the game for the Yankees. Never before done in the history of baseball. Curtis Granderson with a grand slam. History in grand style. Kenny. No one else has ever seen it. 3 grand slams in one game by one team.
What a way to cross over the 100 RBI mark. Granderson now with 103 runs batted in.
Well, Bob Melvin's going to go to his bullpen. And Curtis Granderson now has 103 ribbies. The Yankees have 3 grand slams. Cano, Martin, Granderson, and a 21-8 lead. The Yankees in the history books with this swing.
Low fastball, knee high, drives it towards the Yankee bullpen, and it's not going to stop until it is gone. Sweeney runs out of room, and the Yankees are in the history books.
Fuentes on to face Jones, and there's a strike.
Here's another look. This is a no-doubter. Granderson can break it down.
What a season. 36 home runs now and over 100 ribbies, 103, and 119 runs scored. Yankees were down. Now consider the score. The Yankees were down 7-1. They've outscored them 20-1 since the 3rd inning. Fouled away. Foul back, 2-2.
21 runs on 20 hits. And you tack on what, 13 base on balls?
A lot of base runners.
Yes.
34 base runners, 13 walks, 1 hit batter, 20 hits. 2-2. That one is drilled deep to left field. There it goes. See ya. A monster shot by Andruw Jones. But it's just a solo. And the Yankees lead 22-8.
Number 10 on the season for Andruw Jones. And Michael, after that home run he hit in Minnesota, I don't know if this one went further than that one, but this is crushed as well.
That's one of the longest home runs we've seen. That was about 8 rows up in the bleachers. And the Yankees bat around again. Here's Eric Chavez. Now, I know that Elias will look this up. Has a team ever batted around in 4 straight innings?
We've seen it today.
Chavez hits a dribbler in front of the plate, and the inning is mercifully over for the A's. Yankees score 6 runs in the 8th, but they had 3 grand slams today. One by Robinson Cano, another by Russell Martin, and then Curtis Granderson. How perfect. Granderson, grand slam for history. First time in his major league career, and it's the circle of life or the circle of a baseball career, because Jorge Posada, when he started in the Yankee organization, started as a second baseman before the organization decided to switch him to catcher, and here he is, a second baseman here in August of a game the Yankees are winning 22-8.
You know what? It looks like a brand new glove right out of the box.
New catcher is Francisco Cervelli. Ayala still on. And he deals to Willingham inside. 22-8. There's a strike. Now, Kenny said during the break, and boy, truer words were never spoken. If you're going to stay this long, you at least want to see something you've never seen before. Now we've seen 2 things we've never seen before. 3 grand slams and Jorge Posada playing second base. Well, you talk to Jorge, and he used to be fast. There's all the years of catching that kind of slowed him down, but he was a fast second baseman. And that looks like a brand new glove. The 2-1. Punched out to right field. That is going to be a base hit. That's going to bounce into the seats for a double. So Willingham picks up his second hit of the afternoon. Is it the afternoon anymore? I think it's the evening now.
Yeah. The lights are on.
They've been on all day. Here's Brandon Allen. And a strike.
You know, there are times during batting practice where Posada and some of the other players, outfielders, come in, take some ground balls in the infield. But that's not on an everyday basis.
Now, earlier this year, I believe they had Russell Martin at second.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And I had asked Jorge, hey, you started as a second baseman. Could you have done it? He said, yeah, I thought about it. He said, I don't think I could do it, though. He said, I don't think I have the lateral movement. Well, let's see. That one is laced into left center field. That's going to be a base hit off the bat of Allen. Willingham will score easily, and Allen is at second with an RBI double.
Cervelli also played second. Did Russell Martin play third base earlier this year?
Not certain.
Right fielder, David DeJesus.
So the A's score their 9th run.
This is not one of those days to try and bring down your earned run average. There's not been an error in this game.
Yeah, they're all earned.
They're all earned.
31 runs on somebody's ledger. The people in the manual scoreboard have worked up a sweat today. Count 0-2 on DeJesus. DeJesus with 3 hits today. The record for a 9-inning game, time-wise, is 4 hours and 45 minutes. That one's driven deep to right and foul. And it was the Yankees and the Red Sox who did it on August 18th of 2006. The Yankees beat the Red Sox 14-11. Now, in order to tie the record, you'd have to go to 719. It's 703 right now, 720 to beat the record.
We don't want to do that, do we?
You want to see stuff you've never seen. High fly ball, right field. Andrew Jones drifts back. He'll make the play. Tagging is Allen, and he will make it to third.
You know that 2-2-2-1-0 up on the scoreboard for the Yankee totals?
Right.
It's just perfect for Arlington, Virginia. That's the zip code for Arlington, Virginia.
Really?
2-2-2-1-0.
Here's Eric Sogard. Hammered foul. Hey, we got to thank our crew here at Yankee Stadium. What a job. A long day. Battled through a lot of issues and battled the elements as well. All of our camera people and the people back in our studios, our Yes Network studios, helping out with graphics and everything. We thank everybody for putting in a long day. Nice play there by Swisher. He catches it on a line for the second out.
So they can all say that they saw something they've never seen before. But tremendous effort. Good effort by Swisher as well, hauling in the line drive for out number 2.
Ooh, right there in the heel. And here's Anthony Recker, and he could say, hey, my first big league game, there was history. I was behind the plate for 3 grand slams.
I called 3 grand slams.
He's still looking for his first big league hit. He walked, and he struck out 3 times today. Runner at third base. And that's Brandon Allen. 22-9 Yankees. There's a ground ball to Posada. How perfect. And he fires low, and a scoop by Swisher, and the game is over. What a perfect ending to a perfectly outrageous day. Jorge Posada wound up and fired, and a great stretch and a scoop by Swisher, and the Yankees win this one in historic style. 3 grand slams, first time a major league team has ever done it, and they escape with a victory against the A's. And here's the final play of the game, Kenny.
Well, 1 or 2 hopper to Posada. He winds up and guns it in the dirt, and Swisher stays with it, maintains contact, ducks out of the way of the runner. A lot happening on a routine ground ball. And the Yankees are going to come away with the victory and salvage the final game of the series.
And a big smile by Posada. He threw that ball as if he was trying to gun it to second base. And Swisher feeling good about it as well, as he saved Posada his first error at second base. Hey, stick around for the postgame show to find out who's today's Chevy player of the game. What an outrageous game, and Jack Curry is down on the field right now. Jack?
Curtis, you're a part of baseball history today. No team had ever hit 3 grand slams in a game. How cool does it feel to be part of that?
That's really interesting. You know, with all the teams that have ever played this game, some of their best hitters throughout the course of the game, and we were able to go ahead and do it and get a victory at the same time.
Were you aware of that in the dugout? Because after the first 2, you guys had a lot of at-bats with bases loaded. Did you guys know that never happened before?
We didn't know. At the same time, we knew we had 2 at that time, and I think that the thought was, hey, let's see if we can get a couple more. You know, doubt it'll ever happen, but, you know, it's good positive thinking, and sure enough, we end up with a 3rd one.
You're down 7-1 after 3 innings, and then this offense explodes for 21 runs. How patient, how opportunistic, and how productive do you have to be to do that?
Yeah, there's a mix of everything. I think a lot of the last 2 games was on everybody's heads. You know, a lot of missed opportunities previous. They were playing well on the verge of sweeping us, so we just were able to go ahead and slow things down, try to get the pace into our hands, and continue to put pressure on them. When we were finally able to go ahead and get a couple to come across in the big hit with Robinson and also Russell early on in the game, got us back in the game. We were able to go ahead and tack on after that.
Right, I just wanted to ask you about your 2 fellow Grand Slam guys. What did you see from Martin and Cano today?
Martin was amazing. I wasn't sure if it got out. I was on base, and I was like, oh, that ball got out, so that was great. And then Robinson, you know, it seems like every time he has bases loaded, there's a good chance he's going to hit one over the fence.
And final question, you actually asked me, why don't I interview Jorge Posada? What was it like seeing Posada at second base close out the game there?
I was excited, and the crowd all into it for the final out. He ends up making a dramatic play on top of that. And Swisher, not our everyday first baseman, with a great pick. So definitely a good one for the both of them.
Thanks a lot, Curtis.
No problem. Thank you.
Michael, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Jack, and thank you to Curtis as well. Here's the final play. Jorge looks like he's trying to throw out a runner at second. A bullet and a nice pick by Swisher. End of the game, and the game is finally over with a Yankee win.